I have no apologies. I was a crusader for the development of water. I was the Messiah. I was the evangelist that went out and argued persuasively to develop our rivers and water supplies for the benefit of people.
In the American desert, we have built a great new civilization in less than a century, where none could possibly be in the natural order of things. We have made the land wet where it was dry, and dry where it was wet. We have lifted great rivers out of their ancient beds and moved them over half a continent. Our great cities stand in a desert that is drier than the plains of North Africa. It would all be impossible without the breathtaking manipulation of water. We fought over water, thrived on water, and finally, we engineered the desert out of existence.
Next to God, there's water.
Everybody is conscious of water. If you head for the river with an empty bucket, you're liable to get shot. So.
Can you imagine today, an American city, acquiring an entire river?
The idea of subduing nature has captivated the whole country. Congress cannot appropriate enough money fast enough to build more dams.
We built the dams for all the right reasons when they were desperately needed, with little thought to the consequences. The developing world watched and envied our success.
The engineering marvel that is Cooley Dam, inspected by Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia.
Supplying water to a population growing that fast is extremely difficult.
It was a little bit like the Sorcerer's Apprentice. You've got to have more water, more water, more water.
They're going to dam this canyon.
There was no end to these people who had plans to dam San Francisco Bay, pipelines beyond your wildest dreams. When this wasn't about carrying oil, this was about carrying water.
We have forgotten that the natural West is barren and fatally dry, and that our new bountiful West is a fragile construction. Here and there are reminders of what happens when the water is turned off, or when the waterworks fail.
Somehow, the water stopped flowing. You'd have a desert again overnight.
The dam's gone.
The whole thing has gone now?
The whole thing is gone. It rolled over about 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
If you can get us any help on radio or whatnot, get the people south of their house.
All right. Where do you want the people evacuated?
Well, we would like to get them off the river in low-lying spots.
Well, it's 6:22 at 710 Talk KMPC. I'm Dominic with Airwatch Traffic, and I got to tell you, the Jackknife Big Rig in Pasadena has the 210 eastbound in trouble right at Rosemead, where the right 3 lanes are out of commission. The Jackknife Big Rig there, at about a quarter-mile slope. On the westbound side, almost across the fence from it, right at Sierra Madre. Right lane is blocked with a car fire, so get ready. It's slow from the 605. And how are things in Orange County? Hey, Scott Forrest.
18, el Ronald Reagan Freeway al oeste, acercándose a la calle Reseda Boulevard, Monte Vista, accidente de 3 autos.
할리우드 프리웨이로 바뀌는 101번 사우스 방향입니다. 할리우드에서부터 시작해서 다운타운의
Bell Street. It's a car that spun out and hit the center divider, and 2 left lanes are protected by CHP vehicles. Use alternate routes such as Laurel Canyon or even Mulholland today.
I think my grandfather, his vision was a city like Dublin, which was the city of his childhood. And it was a vision, I think, of a 19th century city, where people ambled on streets and knew one another and enjoyed the theater and the opera and the university. A civilized 19th century city.
No other Buick dealership in California has been best in its class for 7 years. That's because no other Buick dealership has sold more than 10,000 Buicks in the last 10 years. The list goes on and on. Right now, we do have lots of traffic to talk about, too. First of all, the KABC traffic alert continues.
The thing that you have to remember about Los Angeles is it never really had a reason to be there. It had no minerals, no metals, no forests. In other words, everything that any major American city used to develop itself, L.A. lacked. And above all, it lacked water.
Since the beginning of time, this was a place of earthquakes and perpetual drought. First claimed by the Spaniards, and then conquered by the Americans. Virtually everyone here had come from somewhere else. In 1878, William Mulholland arrived from the Green Hills of Ireland. He had stowed away on a sailing ship, worked as a lumberjack, failed as a gold miner, and had walked across Panama to save $25 in train fare. He was fond of one-armed chin-ups and grand opera. Mulholland found work as a ditch digger on the growing town's dilapidated water system.
L.A. was desperate to become a modern city. It had been a backwater for so many decades. But its water system, on the other hand, was pretty much the same old jerry-built thing. A bunch of old water wheels. A falling-apart system.
He worked hard, read Shakespeare and hydraulic engineering late into the night, taught himself to keep the entire L.A. water system in his head, and climbed through the ranks. In 1886, when his boss suddenly dropped dead, William Mulholland found himself superintendent of the L.A. water system. The little desert pueblo had grown to 100,000 people, thanks to the Chamber of Commerce and a new railroad. And by 1903, L.A. had sucked dry the tiny Los Angeles River, its only source of water.
My mother would tell me these stories of growing up without water. 1 bath a week on Saturday night in a big zinc tub that was dragged into the kitchen and water heated. And Papa got the first bath, Mama got the second, and the kids, and Mother told me, and they were not what you'd call white trash, but she told me she never had a bath in pure, clean water. Now, I was raised with a real sense that water was a precious item and not to be squandered.
Superintendent Mulholland tried to make Los Angeles live within its means, but growth sabotaged everything he did. By 1903, the chief knew that L.A. would have to stop growing, or he would have to find a new source of water. His friend, Mayor Fred Eaton, told him of a great valley 200 miles to the north. For centuries, Paiutes had lived along the Owens River. White settlers who colonized Owens Valley found Paiutes irrigating natural grasses with several miles of small irrigation canals.
My grandmother told my oldest sister that when the whites came, they started to push the Indians up into the rocky places where the water was scarce because they wanted the other for their cattle and things. And they came in and they fenced everything up. They start saying, if you want to use my water, you have to have special permission. And the Indians always let the water run. It was never something that belonged to one individual person. It belonged to the whole community.
By 1904, settlers from New England, Switzerland, and Scotland had taken the Indians' land, established farms in a dozen towns, and a steamboat service on the age-old Owens Lake. They dug an elaborate irrigation system, diverting the Owens River into hundreds of miles of ditches. Former Mayor Fred Eaton convinced Mulholland to set out northward across the Mojave Desert in the fall of 1904 toward Owens Valley.
They went by buckboard, which was the only way you could go. It took them about 2 weeks to get there. I think there was a trail of whiskey bottles all the way out.
In 2 weeks, Mulholland and Eaton were on the banks of the Owens River.
At certain times of year, in wet years anyway, you can get a little glimpse of what the river must have been like then and how it must have impressed Mulholland. The Owens Valley is one of the most dramatic places in the world. You have on the one side the Sierra Nevada, virtually every mountain over 14,000 feet. And then you have a drop of 2 miles to the valley floor, and then a rise of almost 2 miles up to the White Mountain Range. Because the mountains stop virtually all weather, it is in the rain, and there's no rain in the Owens Valley. It is a true desert, looking up onto huge snow-covered peaks. And through the middle of it comes what you almost could call a Mississippi River, given the setting. It is so improbable in this harsh desert to see a river that used to be as engorged as the others. And not only was this a river that could take care of the next 20, 30, he probably imagined 50 years of population growth in L.A., but it could flow all the way by gravity.
Oh, you know, when he saw the Owens River for the first time, he came back so full of enthusiasm. He says, you know, I've seen something here, water that'll last us into the next century.
And I think Mulholland suddenly must have changed, and he saw himself as a sort of builder of a Roman masterwork, as somebody who kept the great hydraulic engineering tradition alive. I can't tell you what went through his head, but suddenly he was a convert. Having been more of an efficiency guy and a conservationist, suddenly he became an empire builder, almost overnight. And now they were going to capture a river, the only river that kind of accidentally flowed through this desert, and they were going to move the whole river across this 200 plus miles of terrain that they just covered at some risk probably to their lives.
The problem facing Mulholland was that the river was owned. All the water rights were owned by farmers who were irrigating something like 60,000 acres. This was a thriving agricultural area at the time, and it was being further developed by the Bureau of Reclamation.
Now, how in the world were you going to wrest that water away from these farmers and the federal government? That was the dilemma.
Can you imagine today an American city acquiring an entire river for its future? Of course, it goes without saying. It couldn't be done, but it was done then.
Posing as agents for a federal project meant to irrigate Owens Valley, Mulholland's men went to the county courthouse. There they convinced clerks to show them deeds, maps, and records of stream flows. Within days, Eaton was quietly buying property and water rights. What ranchers did not know that they were selling their not to a local irrigation project, but to the city of Los Angeles. Without telling Mulholland, former Mayor Fred Eaton bought the only dam site in Owens Valley for himself.
Once the city knew who had the best water rights and who was likeliest to sell those rights, it was basically a done deal. It didn't take very long for them to capture most of that river.
Two people who would ultimately benefit and who knew the whole story of this scheme were the publishers of the Los Angeles Times, Harrison Gray Otis and Harry Chandler.
They were the big promoters and boosters, but they were sworn to secrecy as this was going on. They did not let the cat out of the bag until they couldn't help themselves. And finally, under a headline that said Titanic Project to give the city a river, they talked about how the whole thing had gone. And, you know, I mean, when you read that today and imagine a major city newspaper just kind of gloating over the triumph of, you know, its artifice and chicanery, it makes you reel, in a sense. But that was what Los Angeles was like in those days. It was, the climate was one of just getting what you want any way you can get it.
The Owens Valley paper saw the future differently. The still secret aqueduct route would pass through the San Fernando Valley on its way to LA, and someone was buying up near worthless land in the San Fernando. Now, another cat out of the bag. It was a real estate syndicate that would make millions if Owens River water irrigated their newly acquired San Fernando Valley land.
What was happening all the while these water rights in the Owens Valley were being acquired was that the San Fernando Valley was being bought up by a syndicate of people who represented the power structure of Los Angeles with a kind of exquisite sense of proportion.
I suppose you could make a case for this being this incestuous cabal of this hidden, you know, Jonathan Club, California Club oligarchy, old boys, WASP network, no Jews, dogs, blacks, Mexicans allowed.
Quietly, the entire San Fernando Valley was bought up by the arch capitalists of Los Angeles for the purpose of irrigating it when the Owens River finally arrived, because Los Angeles wouldn't need all that water for a long time.
If water could be brought to the San Fernando from the Owens Valley, that rangy grassland, that semi-arid terrain could be turned into an absolute agricultural park, and there would be great.
With all the cats out of all the bags, citizens would now vote on whether to pay for rebuilding the aqueduct. Mulholland campaigned with a vengeance. Opponents spread rumors that he was secretly dumping water at night to create a shortage. But in the middle of a drought, with the temperature climbing toward 105, the people of LA voted 10-1 to pay for Mulholland's aqueduct, to bring them the river they had just purchased.
I think one thing that gets overlooked when in discussing the aqueduct is that it was a popular move from the President of the United States down to the voters in the city of Los Angeles. This was a highly approved project.
President Theodore Roosevelt, citing the greatest good for the greatest number, made Owens Valley off-limits to further development by surrounding it with a national forest.
It suddenly became part of the Indio National Forest, the only national forest in America with hardly any trees. The only trees were the orchard trees that were being irrigated and were about to die.
With the law and the president on his side, Mulholland set out in 1905 to build his aqueduct across the desert.
was a great drama. It was a great epic drama, the building of that aqueduct. You had mule teams and you had men. They were working in desert heats, arid conditions. Water was a problem. Ironically enough, here in this giant water project, they had to worry about adequate water for the working stock and the men.
It can be almost freezing at night and then 110 degrees in the daytime practically. Mulholland was there all the time.
Chief Engineer Mulholland had no formal training in civil engineering. He had, in fact, never graduated from grade school.
The automobile had barely been invented. Clipper ships were still sailing the seas. And this was an engineering project the likes of which the world had really never seen before.
Mulholland ordered 12-foot steel pipe forged in Germany and shipped around the Horn. 100,000 men and women worked on the aqueduct, but never more than a few thousand at a time because the exhausting and dangerous work kept turnover so high. They had been farmhands, cowboys, and hard rock miners, but now they were city employees, civil servants like the chief himself. With no air conditioning, no refrigeration, no hard hats, in 110-degree heat, they crossed the Mojave in 5 years with a pipe big enough to hold a locomotive.
This was, an aqueduct that would have reached all the way across Massachusetts and then almost all the way back through a desert with mountains. What they were really building was the world's longest garden hose.
Surveyors said they could build the aqueduct simply by following the trail of whiskey bottles Mulholland and Eaton had thrown off the back of their buckboard in 1904. In the end, the chief and his lieutenants finished the job under budget and ahead of schedule. William Mulholland built his original aqueduct so well that to this day it still carries the Owens River to the people of Los Angeles.
The phrase Grandpa's Aqueduct were among my first words. The day of the dedication of the aqueduct was, without a doubt, the high point of my grandfather's life.
A crowd of 30 to 40,000 Los Angelinos had gathered at the base of the spillway. There was a formal program, but once the water spilled down the cascade, the formal program was abandoned because thousands of people rushed with their tin cups to drink the water.
When the water came cascading down there, Mulholland, who was really exhausted at the time, gave what I think is the most concise dedication speech in history. He unfurled an American flag, he turned to the water, and he said, "There it is. Take it."
Based on Mulholland's predictions, it was 4 times more water than Los Angeles could use.
Oh so slow from Oso Parkway. If you're on the San Diego South at Magnolia, that accident cleared to the right shoulder. We're clear back to the Westminster Mall with bumper to bumper through the beach cities. And if you're going to be making your way on the 91 freeway...
That moment actually has to be seen not just in terms of human history, however brief human history is. It has to be seen in terms of geological time. Here you have for the eons an environment now being profoundly changed by the changing course of that river. And that water, in effect, created contemporary Los Angeles.
It's your earthquake damage repair and remodeling headquarters. This weekend,
Fly Sun Trips to Honolulu for only $199 plus tax round trip. Sun Trips, your pipeline to paradise. With Airwatch Traffic, I'm
At one of the big banquets in the city celebrating this great event, he made a speech and made the very interesting observation. He said, "We're doomed to success." might be a motto for the city, don't you think?
When water came after 1913, it prepared for an absolute golden age of building and construction that lasted through the 20s and through the 30s. At one point in the early 20s, there were some 67 lumber ships at the San Pedro Harbor lined up just waiting to get the wood off so they could keep the construction going. You also had the beginnings of the great Hollywood figures coming out. D.W. Griffith, Cecil B. DeMille coming just a few months after the water. At nowhere, as you move through Los Angeles, were you not in the presence of lawns, hedges, palm trees. Great palm trees which sway above Los Angeles now like nodding giraffes are taken as the signature of the city. Palm trees were not native to the region. They were planted by the hundreds and the hundreds in this era. Here you had a semi-arid region where coyotes roamed, where tumbleweed was blown by the wind, which in a very short time was turned into arguably the most exquisite invented garden in history. Now, if you link that with the adjacent citrus groves, which were still in full bloom in the teens and the 20s, I wasn't there, but it must have been wonderful.
You had a general sensibility at that time of turning the desert into an Eden.
Charlie Chaplin and Aldous Huxley came from England, William Faulkner from Mississippi, Frank Lloyd Wright from Wisconsin. Everyone came from everywhere. LA was suddenly growing 11 times faster than New York, faster even than Calcutta. 1 million people by 1922, of whom 31,000 were licensed real estate agents. Now, over Mulholland's objections, Los Angeles began annexing 52 surrounding communities. Soon, the city limits would cover 400 square miles, more than any city in America.
There'll be a lot of irate citizens when they find out that they're paying for water that they're not going to get.
Oh, that's all taken care of. See, Mr. Gitz, either you bring the water to L.A., or you bring L.A. to the water.
What he simply meant was that you would bring the water to where you wanted to bring it, and call that place L.A. and therefore you could get Los Angeles taxpayers to pay what in effect were a cabal of real estate speculators to have the city pay millions of dollars for them to pump water down to land that was not in fact part of the city, and then cause them to vote that as part of the city, and thereby increase the value of that land which they had purchased and held 1,000-fold. So they were causing one city, in effect, to pay for them to develop another city by and then say, well, it's really the same city.
As the Owens River was finally being relocated across a quarter of the state of California, it became immediately obvious that there was way more water than Los Angeles needed. And so, because the water was coming into the San Fernando Valley, it ended up irrigating the San Fernando Valley. It was basically an artificial imported river for agriculture there rather than the agriculture that had been essentially put out of business in the Owens Valley.
The syndicate's arid tracts in the San Fernando Valley blossomed into orange and lemon groves, peach orchards, fields of winter tomatoes. By 1920, LA County was the most productive farm county in America.
It may have been legal, but to move a whole river ostensibly for public good and end up making a bunch of capitalists even richer than they already were by giving them a brand new water supply was really a kind of a remarkable feat.
They're conning L.A. into building it, but the water's not going to go to L.A., it's coming right here.
What?
Everything you can see, everything around us. I was at the Hall of Records today.
The original title for Chinatown, I actually was going to call it Water and Power. Because, you know, that's what it came. And water was power. It was money. And those who knew how to manipulate it, like much more adroitly than anybody could ever manipulate a stock market, could make money off of it. And you could see it. It was a palpable thing running through your movie. You know, I mean, just a river of greed.
You have any idea what this land would be worth with a steady water supply? About 30 million more than they paid for it.
The syndicate began plowing under their newly developed San Fernando orange groves for tract homes, advance guard of the largest subdivision in history. The value of their land had gone up tenfold.
This is a great age of salesmanship, because these were masters of the art of encouraging people to envision on an empty hillside the great cities, the towns, the schools, the churches, the synagogues, which would one day be there had they but the faith that the salesman had. Owning your own home in this region was given an almost quasi-religious value, that your children would not be delinquent if you had a home, that your marriage would be happy. But many of the ills of our society were due to the fact that people lived in cities and rented.
Mulholland himself did not profit directly from the syndicate's dealings, but he was now the highest paid public employee in California. The University of California gave an honorary degree to Dr. Mulholland, the penniless immigrant who never finished grade school but could keep the entire L.A. water system in his head. L.A. now had a Mulholland School, Mulholland Dam, Mulholland Reservoir, and named its new winding scenic drive the Mulholland Highway.
Every kid in L.A. it's one of the first names you learn when you hit when you're old enough to get a junior operator's license, because that's where you park your car to make out, you know. So you know that's one's association with Mulholland. That's where you took your girl.
The men in the family, that was a staple of conversation, waterworks. There was always a dodge to get the family to go out. It was usually easy to see the wildflowers in the spring, but it somehow always ended up that we were standing in front of some big turbine or waterworks, and with the men discussing all of this the way, you know, I'd discuss Impressionist paintings with a friend at the county museum.
The city, which never had a reason to be, now had 1,000 oil wells, its own automobile and airplane factories, and before long, 90% of all the world's movies would be made in L.A. The imported Owens River allowed the city to expand at 3 times the rate Mulholland had used in his aqueduct calculations.
It wasn't a prophet. He couldn't foresee that L.A. would grow the way it did. And that's what upset a lot of the balance.
A citizens committee tried to nominate William for mayor. He said he would rather give birth to a porcupine backward than be mayor of Los Angeles.
It was a scramble. I mean, the city kept growing, and the Chamber of Commerce kept booming, and there were all these marvelous come-ons from to the railroad companies and from the Chamber of Commerce. And he used to joke and say that he thought the only thing that could stop L.A. from growing was to kill Frank Wiggins. And Frank Wiggins was the president of the Chamber of Commerce, who spent his lifetime booming L.A. all over the country and encouraging more people. And so it was a little bit like the Sorcerer's Apprentice. You start the process going, and you've got to have more water, more water, more water. And you, the father of the city's water system, are supposed to continue to provide this water. It's a terrible place to be. And you've got to be ingenious and inventive and come up with new ideas for getting water.
Now there were 60,000 realtors. The Chamber of Commerce sent millions of promotional brochures to the Midwest and New England, to Guatemala City and Paris. Only 10 years after Mulholland finished his great aqueduct with a fourfold surplus, L.A. was running out of water, and he was pondering new sources: the Colorado, Mono Lake, or the Sierras.
Maybe the best example of the metamorphosis of Mulholland into an obsessive water seeker was described to me by Horace Albright, who was back in the 20s the superintendent at Yosemite National Park. And he was at a banquet table with Mulholland, and Mulholland started waxing eloquent about how beautiful the valley is. And then I said what he would do if he were in charge is he would send photographers into the valley and let them photograph all day long, all night, every season, and just have the most astounding collection of Yosemite photographs that you could ever imagine. Put them in books and send them free to every library in the world. And then he would go in there and build a great big dam and stop the goddamned waste.
Just to the north of Yosemite lay John Muir's beloved Hetch Hetchy Valley. Here, LA's rival, San Francisco, was in fact planning a dam, which would soon permanently submerge Hetch Hetchy under 300 feet of water. Owens Valley had in fact gotten off easy compared to Hetch Hetchy. Mulholland's aqueduct had only dewatered the southern half of the valley, leaving the northern towns and farms to flourish during World War I.
Well, Owens Valley was an absolute, you might say, showplace. Produced fruit that people from L.A. would go nuts over to get this fruit from here. I can remember when the sky would get black with flights of duck. This was one of the major flyaways. Oh, absolutely black with them. I mean that. The sky would be black, and even for a day or two, or for hours and hours.
It was a great time to live up here. It was a very close-knit community, you know. Every Saturday night, they'd keep the Opera House open all night, and they'd show the movie. When the movie was over, they'd push the chairs back, and everybody danced all night. Then they'd have a breakfast, and everybody go home back to the ranches at sunup, you know. Did this every Saturday night, and it was a great time to live in the Owens Valley.
What few people knew was that William Mulholland was about to turn his attention to what remained of the Owens River.
This growing city of Los Angeles becomes like a vampire, making a direct connection to the major artery of the Owens Valley, which is the Owens River. And of course, imagine those ranchers who were initially told that Los Angeles would be their partner, their friend, that they would grow in prosperity along with the city, began to see that the vampire was sucking the lifeblood and that their fertile fields were becoming parched and non-productive.
In the wet years since 1905, relations between the city and the valley had been surprisingly cordial, but now there was drought. The city sunk 52 turbine wells into the valley floor to pump groundwater into the aqueduct, crippling surrounding ranches.
What people resented here, they didn't have the option. They didn't have a choice. And the pressure that built over 20 years and the way it was done, and it's all water we're talking about, they could care nothing about this property.
On Sunday, my mother would take me for drives, and she would always talk about apple orchards and peach orchards. And it wasn't until years later that I realized, because growing up in Bishop, we were surrounded by sagebrush. It was always dry. It was always dusty. There was always dust in the air. And I couldn't even imagine what my mother was talking about. I couldn't imagine. And it took me until a young adult to realize that it was much different at one time. I would have liked to have seen what my grandparents saw there. I'd like to see the green. I'd like to see the orchards. It must have been gorgeous. It must have been gorgeous. I mean, I think that the Owens Valley is beautiful now. I grew up there. And it's beautiful now. So can you imagine what it was like when my grandfather was there, when my great-grandfather was there? It could make me cry.
Anger mounted as Mulholland's men cut ranchers' canals. The city bought more land, siphoned off more and more water. Half the crops were gone by 1924. Schools and businesses began to close. Owens Lake went bone dry. Rumors of resistance began to fly. Someone blew a hole in the siphon. And then, just before Thanksgiving in 1924, the local bank president and 100 citizens seized the aqueduct. They opened the floodgates and sent the entire flow of the Owens River down a ditch and back into its ancient channel on the valley floor.
They organized a caravan of old Model Ts that drove, I think, probably dozens of cars down to the Alabama gates on the aqueduct where there was a turnout valve where they could basically stop the flow of water to Los Angeles.
Talk about community involvement. I know that my grandfather was there. I have spoken recently with my mother's cousin, and she said that she remembers that it was a party, that her mother got her up early and got her dressed up, and she was only 4. So there was that was a great step. And those people didn't move from the Alabama gates. They didn't move. It took a lot of courage. It did.
There wasn't any guns involved. There wasn't that type of thing. There had only been a watchman there, and he was sympathetic to the natives, if you will. So there was a whole bunch of arbitration, but discussion, but interest focused on this thing is mainly what they were after.
The crowd grew to 700, picnicking, singing Onward Christian Soldiers, playing Enrico Caruso on a hand-cranked phonograph. Superintendent Mulholland sent city police to take back the water, but the local sheriff stood between the officers and the citizens.
This news did travel around the world. This was a great big story at the time. And it was embarrassing to Los Angeles because they were being cast as the villain. And, you know, it was hard to see them any other way.
Mulholland saw this as, number one, an instance of civil insurrection, but saw that nothing less than the survival of Los Angeles itself was at stake, and that basically there had to be a cleansing of farmers from that region, that the two communities were incompatible, and that they would have to be bought out.
And so they decided to try to sit down with some of the leaders of the Owens Valley and negotiate some kind of a settlement.
After a week, the local bank president told the raiders that a Los Angeles consortium would negotiate a fair price for the remaining water rights in Owens Valley. L.A. would even consider sharing the water. With cheers and congratulations, the ranchers and their families went home, only to learn later that the deal had fallen through.
As these negotiations, such as they were, are going on,
The city is busily buying more rights, land and water rights, in the valley. Basically buying the whole place up.
While ranchers occupied the aqueduct, city agents had secured legal options on virtually all remaining land and water rights in Owens Valley. They bought whole towns, even the county seat and county jail.
More trouble, and it's not the first time either. The last bombing was 4 years ago, and ranchers objecting to the city's cutting across their property are suspected. It's one of the main line pipes about 150 miles north of Los Angeles that supplies water to the big town. It's lucky Los Angeles has an emergency watershed, or this might have resulted in a terrible drought disaster. The police are after the fiends who did this rotten job. Let's hope they get them. There's no punishment too strong for them.
He received a phone call, and this is like telling Leonardo da Vinci that someone's just slashed the Mona Lisa. I mean, he was just appalled, outraged, and furious. And at that point, a certain ugly turn of events occurred. The mood changed.
Now, night after night, saboteurs dynamited Mulholland's masterwork, the great aqueduct on which a million people depended.
We had numerous stories about my grandfather taking off and blowing up, dynamiting the aqueduct. Took great pride in the fact of the mini raids to blow up the aqueduct.
They would go along and dynamite sections, and then they'd go right off back up into the hills. Would camp out for weeks and weeks and weeks. After they had bombed it, they were afraid to come home, and how their wives and kids had to basically hold family and fort together.
The city named 3 women and 15 men as ringleaders, but could never win a single conviction.
They were heroes, in your own mind. Those guys were great for what they did and everything, but we always thought that we wish we'd been there if we were kids, but...
Interestingly enough, then he went on to be a California state senator. So he wasn't a crazy man. He was just a man on a mission and a purpose.
Mulholland and his colleagues said, look, this can't go on. You're threatening the water supply for a great city, and this is criminal. And they sent machine guns up there, and it stopped.
Trainloads of them were going up to the Owens Valley and basically imposing martial law. There were searchlights and floodlights up and down that valley, sweeping across the aqueduct all night long.
Mulholland sent 600 heavily armed police to secure the city's water supply, backed by the full force of state and federal law endorsed by the Chamber of Commerce.
As Jean Lenoir said, everyone has his reasons. And I'm sure he had his reasons, and he justified it because he had to. I can see how it would have been very easy to get carried away by powerful men saying, see what you can do for the city, What a great man you'll be.
When I was a kid, he was a bad guy. He was the guy with the black hat. We all hated him, and we all talked about him a lot. We know what an evil guy he was, but he had a fantastic vision, but he didn't care who he stepped over to get it. He didn't care what happened to the Owens Valley.
I would say that when I was a little girl, it was not good to be a Mulholland in Owens Valley, and I was never taken there. And my folks, if they should chance to travel, my mother told me they always registered at a hotel using her maiden name, because we were just not well liked in Owens Valley, and it was not a good name to carry.
Well, Mulholland was a very honest man, because he said that everyone in Bishop was a son of a bitch, and that there wasn't enough pine trees to hang the natives on, which they deserved. Whereas the rest of them, they went with a protocol and with devitation and so on, but not Mulholland.
He knew that it was a vain hope. I mean, to think that they could go back. I mean, the water had been taken. It was the fait accompli. There was no turning back. Owens Valley was not going to be reverted back to what it had been in 1905. That deed had been done.
Somebody did put up a sign then that said Los Angeles city limits, way out in the Owens Valley, as a kind of a bitter joke. It was really then that everyone knew William Mulholland had triumphed. He had won. The valley was really his.
Before long, city bulldozers began knocking down farmhouses and filling in irrigation ditches.
Well, first we had the valley, then the settlers came in and took it away from us, then the city of Los Angeles came in and took it away from them.
All Mulholland needed now was a place to store water for the growing city. But former L.A. Mayor Fred Eaton owned the only reservoir site in Owens Valley and was demanding $1 million for it. So Mulholland built a huge dam in the hills just 40 miles from downtown L.A. It was the largest arch support dam in North America, the final link in a decade of triumph. By the spring of '28, the reservoir in San Francisco Canyon was full to the brim with a year's supply of Owens River water, far from the scene of battle. On March 12th, workers noticed a small leak on the north side. Mulholland inspected the leak, pronounced the dam sound, and went home to bed.
My grandfather was awakened from his sleep with a phone call saying the dam had gone out. And his first response as he stumbled toward the phone was, "Oh, please God, don't let people be killed."
There was no warning. There was no warning system. And it started wiping out whole communities. You had so much water in that dam that there were 1,000-ton blocks of concrete riding the crest. It was not water at a certain point. It was trees, homes, blocks of concrete, rocks, rubble. It was a semi-solid wall advancing at 20 or 30 miles an hour, 40, 50, 60 feet high. You couldn't run from it.
I was 5 years old when the St. Francis Dam broke. And with my limited perceptions, I realized some dreadful thing. It was like bringing a dark curtain down over a lighted area. My father took me, my father was stunned, and he took me in the car. My mother was not well at the time. And we drove up to the dam site. And on the way up, he taught me how to say San Francisco Canyon. And we rehearsed it over and over as if it were some kind of a catechism lesson. And what it did for me was imprint that name forever in my mind as a scene of some terrible fate which had befallen our family.
Mulholland surveyed the greatest man-made disaster in California history. His St. Francis Dam had killed as many people as the San Francisco earthquake.
I've always been moved all my life At the pictures that were taken of him the morning that he went up and surveyed the ruins of the dam failure, it's like looking at the most stricken human being I have ever seen. It's a dead, stark look on his face as he stands amid the rubble of something he had created. It was an engineer's most horrible fate any engineer could have, to build a structure that fails and also kills.
Well, Mulholland was in a state of shock. He made an initial effort, really, it wasn't much of an effort, to blame the whole thing on dynamiters, which was the term he now used generically to refer to anybody in the Owens Valley. But it was soon very obvious that the dam had failed by itself, and nobody had sabotaged it, and that Mulholland had paid a visit to the dam just hours earlier and said the dam was fine. So his reputation, which he had been a god figure in Los Angeles.
Mulholland went from being the father of the city, the founder of the city, to standing possible indictment.
The precise cause was never found. No criminal charges were ever filed, but the coroner's jury held William Mulholland responsible. He accepted the blame, broke down in sobs, and said that he envied the dead.
They kept slowly taking away the water from the canals and the ditches and everything, and slowly but surely, you know, they got everything siphoned down. And so the land, the trees, and the old farmsteads, they all died off, and all the old orchard died off, and they're all gone, and now the houses are all gone. So they just turned it back into the desert that it was, basically.
When we traveled to Los Angeles, we'd watch the aqueduct. My parents would always say, "There's our water. Girls, that water came from the Owens Valley." And as a child, I remember feeling animosity towards Los Angeles. You always knew, you always felt they took our water.
Mulholland resigned in disgrace, his real achievements clouded by the disaster and by the suffering in Owens Valley. His plans for still greater aqueducts lay on the drawing board, but to the people of L.A., he was an embarrassment. Officials began referring to the Mulholland Reservoir as the Hollywood Reservoir. Owens Valley was history, but fantasy and folklore lived on. The myth of rampaging bullies destroying a paradise, gallant ranchers defending their homes.
These gentlemen bring word from the Capitol. The New Oak Valley has been condemned.
Condemned? What do you mean?
It seems that Metropole City needs more water and power. So the state has decided to build a dam across Cutstone Canyon and turn the valley into a reservoir.
Just let him start trying to build a dam around here.
The state authorized me to build a dam. And it's going to be built whether you like it or not.
Take it easy. You don't know the kind of people you're dealing with, mister.
But he'll find out.
In 1934, using Mulholland's original plans, the Metropolitan Water District blasted a new aqueduct all the way to the Arizona state line, to its second river, the Colorado.
Unless we take immediate steps to bring in water from an outside source, the people of Southern California will be up against a serious water shortage. But we're fortunate in having within our reach a water source capable of supplying our needs. This source is the Colorado River.
Dickerson, Gibson.
The governor of Arizona deployed his state militia to the river's bank to stop Los Angeles from taking Colorado River water.
Here, Evans, here, Garrido, here.
It was to no avail. Final resolution would not come until 30 years later, after one of the longest court cases in American history.
On the day when the waters of the Colorado River rushed through this aqueduct, the greatest engineering feat of its kind ever accomplished will take its place among the wonders of the world.
It is a wonderful thing to contemplate this new conquest of the great Southwest, where everything that man desires is present, everything except sufficient water. With sufficient water, we can be assured of a great and a stable civilization.
Wow, what a day. I'm afraid we're going to be busy.
Hi, Greg. It was a high-speed pursuit earlier this morning. They have the San Bernardino westbound on and off ramps at Atlantic closed down because of a police investigation. Bumper to Puente.
Buenos días, amigos. Aquí estamos en nuestro traficóptero 1540 y en estos momentos hemos visto que...
Llega a Los Ángeles en 11 horas.
On behalf of NCA, we'd like to welcome you all aboard the Universal Studios Hollywood Supertram presented by Texaco. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh, I think I hear something that might get a little bit wet. It's the Flash Flood Cowabunga! Hey, watch out for that tree back there.
He brought enough elements together, water, population, wealth, so that Los Angeles was now almost condemned to grow, and grow. So, after the 1920s, Los Angeles's history is almost defined by an obsessive, constant search for more and more water. Hoover Dam was authorized in 1928, finished by the mid-30s. Then Mono Lake, which is north of the Owens Valley, was hooked up to the aqueduct and began draining all the streams that feed this irreplaceable natural wonder out there.
Mulholland had long had his eye on Mono Lake, 100 miles north of Owens Valley. In 1936, his successors dusted off his plans and pushed the aqueduct north to Mono, seeking again the greatest good for the greatest number.
People really shouldn't have any problem with our water system and take it for granted, or the water people aren't doing their job well. I always felt that I was working for a good purpose. I wasn't doing something that, in my view, really didn't basically benefit society. I felt that I was working on something that was a fundamental benefit to society. I was proud of that.
The people of L.A. could now depend on water from ancient streams feeding Mono Lake.
This is the desert. This is the grim, waterless waste that covered most of Los Angeles, even within the memory of living men. Here, between the mountains and the sea, Los Angeles was built. Here is living, breathing proof that energy and vision can build a metropolis almost overnight. Angelinos are likely to live on a ranch, still within city limits. Perhaps a few years ago, they were residents of Iowa, Illinois, New Jersey. Here, they quickly abandon old conventions of living, dress as they please, make the most of their mild, seductive climate. A thrilling introduction to this promised land of exotic people, sunshine, stucco, money, optimism. Success is her pattern. This is L.A. This is America.
The rise of Nazis in Germany and the fleeing of all that talent had the creation of a Euro-Southern California. Otto Preminger, who was, of course, fleeing the Nazis, was at the Hillcrest Country Club, and people were playing cards, and people were talking, and these two people started talking in Hungarian. And they were talking away in Hungarian. Otto Preminger said, "What's the matter?" He says, "Why are you talking in Hungarian?" He says, "This is Los Angeles." He said, "Talk German."
From all over the world, people flooded into Southern California. They said it was just like everywhere else, only more so.
They were living in paradise. It's something like you know, love and good health. You really miss it by its absence very often. I mean, it just wasn't aware. I was never aware growing up at how wonderful it was until it was gone, and that was the air itself. The air was wonderful. If you stop and think about the mean temperature of the climate here year-round, it's probably the most perfect climate to, you know, sort of walk around in with almost no clothing, because the air, you just feel that it's almost an extension of your own skin. It's not too hot, it's not too cold.
The machinery of water acquisition overworked the Owens River, the Colorado, and the Mono Basin. In 1964, the Metropolitan Water District proposed diverting the Columbia River to Southern California. The future had arrived.
Somebody finally decided, rather than just go after another source of water every 10 or 20 years, why don't we go to where there's so much water, we'll have enough for 200 years. And where was that place? Alaska. It would have brought this water down in huge jolts, irrigated Nevada, irrigated eastern Oregon on the way. Some of it would have gone all the way to Mexico. It was going to go to Arizona. It was going to go to Texas. Nobody really blinked. There were lots of people in the business who thought, well, yeah, it's maybe a little premature, but this is going to happen someday because it has to.
This is not a mirage, but rather a preview of an atomic marvel of tomorrow, a milestone in man's development, a nuclear-powered agro-industrial complex with a nuclear reactor as the energy source and a desalting plant as the fresh water source. The desert may be transformed into a nuclear-powered agro-industrial complex.
There were plans to lasso, you know, icebergs and tow them down. You know, it was like the flim-flam, man. I mean, there was no end to these people who had plans to dam San Francisco Bay, to pipelines beyond your wildest dreams. When this wasn't about carrying oil, this was about carrying water. This is water.
When these reactors are coupled to a desalting plant, approximately 1 billion gallons of fresh water will be produced per day.
Of course, at the time, nobody was challenging the idea of using 8 gallons of water per flush in a toilet, or irrigating your lawn to the point where it's standing an inch deep in water. Nobody thought about conservation. People only thought about supply.
The city had long since exhausted supply from the tiny Los Angeles River and cemented over its channel by 1960. The DWP built a reservoir to store a supply of Owens River water near the center of Los Angeles.
The Los Angeles City Police helicopter is here. The Los Angeles City Fire Department helicopter is here. The police are on the ground with motorcycles and automobiles trying to effectively activate people from here so there can't possibly be any more loss of life than there is. Property, no telling how much property has already been lost.
A triangle-shaped wedge tears out of the asphalt and concrete-lined wall of the earth-filled dam of the Baldwin Hills Reservoir, and millions of gallons of water race down the canyon toward the homes below, in the community between downtown Los Angeles and International Airport. Almost 300 million gallons of water in 77 minutes, an incredible disaster.
The Department of Water and Power had no choice but to carry on, since it now served 3 million people. In 1966, LA acquired its third river. Like a giant version of Mulholland's Owens Valley project, the California State Aqueduct now brought the Feather River from 600 miles north. enough water to fill the Rose Bowl every 90 minutes.
Los Angeles, by the 70s, was reaching 200 miles in one direction, 250 miles in another direction, and 600 miles in a third direction for water. And it still wasn't enough.
In 1970, the Department of Water and Power, using Mulholland's original sketches, finished the second barrel, a parallel aqueduct not far from the original, sucking now twice as much water from Mono Lake. The million-year-old lake now fell 2 feet every year. It was the only stop for 1 million migrating seabirds on their way from the Arctic to Bolivia.
We could see the lake going down and down and down, and pretty soon there wasn't anything growing around the lake anymore. Everything was drying up. All the little springs were dying. You know, that was really devastating, because we thought the whole lake is going to be like this. And when you think of God's given lake, you think it should be like it was.
The local people had already resigned themselves to the fact that the lake was going to dry up or get to a very small level, just because of the adversary. Department of Water and Power is too big to fight. It was not anything that anybody could do.
Great alkali dust storms began boiling up off the exposed shores of Mono and the dry bed of Owens Lake. By 1974, Owens Valley, the Switzerland of America, had the worst particulate pollution in the country.
The sense that somehow LA had sinned against another people became a central imagery in this whole water story, and one that I've always had a lot of trouble with, because I've always sympathized with the underdog, but at the same time I've been proud of my grandfather, so it's given me a great deal of conflict to have to come to terms with that.
Why are you doing it? How much better can you eat? What can you buy that you can't already afford?
The future, Mr. Gitz. The future.
And the crimes committed in the name of the future, against the future, is really the history of water in California, here in LA. I mean, it's just the supreme irony.
See, Mr. Gitz, most people never have to face the fact. At the right time and the right place, they're capable of everything.
Some crimes are so monstrous that they can't figure out how to punish them, so they actually sort of reward them. And Mulholland's name is on the scenic route of the city, and the criminals' names are on plaques as city founders, rather than in jail where they belonged.
I think a movie like Chinatown is an easy out. It oversimplifies, it's melodramatic, it's not true. I mean, not literally not true, but it provides a rather easy explanation of events. And for people who like to bash LA, it's perfect. New York Times loves to hold it up as a piece of history.
The movie Chinatown was bad, contorted history, but it was powerful myth, rekindling violence against the Department of Water and Power, now headquartered in a building that cost as much as Mulholland's original aqueduct.
There was violence here before, a long time ago. Back in 1924, angry farmers and ranchers lined the wall, armed with shotguns and rifles. They blew holes in the aqueduct 17 times. This year, it took this form, a dynamite blast at the gates of the first aqueduct. The water for Los Angeles stopped briefly. Instead,
resistance was futile. The Department of Water and Power by now had more manpower than the population of Bishop, more, in fact, than the entire population of Owens Valley. But this time, something had changed. David Gaines, a young biologist from LA and a dozen University of California students, had begun a careful study of Mono Lake's singular ecosystem. They found it on the brink of collapse.
We knew about Owens Lake, of course. Now it's just a dry ditch, 100 miles to the south. And we realized that Mono Lake could look like that someday. And once we realized what was here, that all that would be lost, we couldn't let it just go down without making some effort to save it.
By 1976, Mono Lake had fallen 40 feet, exposing mineral towers which had formed underwater over the ages. It had become 3 times saltier than the ocean.
What we are asking, what Mono Lake is asking all of us, is where are we going to draw the line? If we don't share some water with Mono Lake, what will be next? Will it be Lake Tahoe? Will it be the Eel River, the Yukon? Will it be on and on until the last of our singing rivers and beautiful lakes are gone because we've taken every last drop? We've watched the last waterfowl and the last salmon follow the California state emblem, the California grizzly, into oblivion. It is a battleground in that sense. It's asking us, how much are we going to share with the earth?
Well, it was very primitive. I mean, there was 12 people, only 1 or 2 cars. Everybody else did their research via bicycle. They'd take their binoculars and their backpack and their lunch, and they'd hop on their bikes, and they'd ride down the dirt roads and dump their bikes and hike out for a couple miles, and they'd walk through mud, and, you know, they were really the quintessential researchers out there braving the elements.
All those college boys come over, they all want to look like professors, you know, and got big beards, you know. And so Mr. Gaines, he was one of them, you know, and he looked just like the rest of them, you know, like kind of like a hippie, I'd say, but I don't want to say, he wasn't a hippie, but he looked that way, yeah. But he was pretty smart, that guy. He'd started things going here.
When I grew up in Los Angeles, I never learned where water came from. And it was only after doing some complex calculations that we learned that if diversions continue, this lake will fall another 40 to 60 vertical feet. What we will be left with is an alkali wasteland, a sterile chemical sump, where there is now one of the most beautiful and life-productive places on Earth.
Far more than natural beauty was threatened at Mono Lake.
What was at stake was a big aquatic ecosystem that was very simple but very productive. I mean, the numbers are astronomical. You've got algae, and then the brine shrimp eat the algae, and then you've got millions of birds coming every summer to eat the brine flies and the brine shrimps. A far-off dream was out there, but I don't think we gazed up at it too much. It might be too discouraging. I mean, to have a handful of biologists fighting the Department of Water and Power of the City of Los Angeles with a multi-million-dollar budget was too big of a contrast.
When William Mulholland took water from Owens Valley and Mono Lake years before, no one questioned the damage to nature. But an environmental movement had come of age in America, along with powerful new laws and a great shift in public opinion. Committees at Mono Lake and Owens Valley, together with the Audubon Society, went to court to stop the water conquest Mulholland had set in motion in 1905.
If you're angry and have nothing else, no other recourse, I think dynamite comes to mind. And they were ranchers. They understood dynamite. We were college biologists. No experience with dynamite. We knew facts and figures, and we knew that we could, you know, we're educated people, and we could probably figure out how to find lobbyists to help us in Sacramento, and how to find lawyers. People were saying, well, ask for a lot, go way high, and then you compromise down with the politicians and the agencies. And we were all biologists, and we kind of said, that doesn't sound right. Why can't we just start with what we know is the truth and just stay there forever? And that's what we did.
The courts ruled that drying out the Owens River or streams feeding Mono Lake was not in the public interest. In 1988, the state forced the city to return water to Mono for the first time in half a century. Los Angeles began water conservation on a scale never before seen in America, and now shares the water in a fragile peace with Owens Valley and Mono Lake.
One local person said, if you guys save the lake, I'll eat my hat. It turns out that we've saved the lake, and we have the regulations, and people seem much happier. You see water running down the creek, fish in the creek. maybe some of them remember the great numbers of ducks and geese that were down at the lake, and they look forward to that being in the future again.
I didn't think that they would succeed in persuading the city of Los Angeles to let the water in again.
Why did you think that they would not succeed?
Well, how can you fight the city of Los Angeles? So really, this is a victory, a great victory.
David Gaines did not live to see the victory. He had died a year before in an automobile accident not far from Mono Lake.
And so finally, the machine that Mulholland had set in motion just kind of began to fall apart. The whole posture of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power and the city changed. The city negotiated with Mono Lake folks and decided to give more water back to the lake. It gave up on the idea of importing Klamath River water or Columbia River water. I think ultimately it was people's feeling, why bring more water in if it just encourages more growth that forces us to bring more water in? You know, it's a sort of a death vortex. It's the Red Queen in Alice in Wonderland, running faster and faster just to stay in place. And that mentality has sort of died a respectful death. And, you know, if there's an occasional shortage, well, that's too bad. We're in a desert here, and we're not supposed to be like Miami all the time, every day of the year, to infinity.
After the dam failure, my grandfather underwent the most profound change that you can imagine, and but he had been a vigorous, functioning 70-year-old man or 72-year-old man at the time the dam failed. And he simply shriveled. He'd come out to the ranch and he'd sit in the living room with his cigar, and the conversation would go around, and he would just shut his eyes. He would sit there like some kind of a sleeping giant. I was so struck as a child when I attended the funeral, and his body lay in state in City Hall. And the working men who came to pay their last respects to him, and some of them cried. And when I was 12 years old, and that made a big impression on me because I had never seen grown men cry. And so I derived from that this was a man who had commanded a lot of love and respect in his day. And I've spent a lifetime trying to jibe that with all the attacks that have been made on him by people who didn't know him.
Freeways are settling down, believe it or not. We checked on the 405 and the 101 leaving the Hollywood Hills. Not bad at all. No need to take alternate routes such as Laurel Canyon, Coldwater Canyon, or even Mulholland Drive. I'm Dr. Roadmap, flying for Captain Jorge in Jetcopter 790.
river, the Colorado, can be turned on and turned off, down to the last drop, on orders from the Interior Secretary of the United States. This was the first river on Earth to come under complete human control. The only river in 1,000 miles of desert so hot and dry that men have died from thirst within sight of its banks. Today, 30 million people depend on the waters of the Colorado. This is the story of how that came to be.
Las Vegas isn't supposed to be here. No one dreamed there would ever be a Las Vegas on the Colorado River. That in this stark, barren desert, people would actually want to live and develop a community and build a city in it. People don't come to Las Vegas because they've carefully analyzed our water supply. They come here because the economic potential is there. We have the jobs, and we keep building mega resorts on the Strip. I mean, one hotel is 10,000 jobs. And we have a vibrant economy. We pay no taxes. Gaming is footing the bill for us. And we found paradise.
You're going to notice a lot of swimming pools as we fly along. I like to think it's out of self-defense. We occasionally have temperatures out here, 120, 125 degrees Fahrenheit. A lot of gated communities and lake communities seem to be the fashion here in the last few years. You're also going to be noticing a lot of new homes under construction. There is now and has been a housing boom going on here in the valley for about the last 6 or 7 years.
Las Vegas is only one of a dozen cities feeding on the Colorado. Here it rains 3 inches a year, about the same as in Egypt. Every week, 1,000 people move to Las Vegas, and each of them will use 350 gallons of cool, clear water every day.
Why are you in the desert? You shouldn't even be in the desert. If you people would just send everybody away, you wouldn't have this problem. If you'd like this kind of growth in your community, have at it. All these people have to go somewhere in this country.
The Colorado River is the lifeblood of the Southwest. Without the Colorado, without a stable water supply, the Southwest would not look anything like it does.
Without water, without flowing water, all these desert places that we have settled and made populous are really, really unbearable environments.
It all began in 1857, when Joseph Christmas Ives ran a steamboat up to the desolate spot where Las Vegas now stands. Stopped by rapids, he said, "The Colorado River shall be forever unvisited and undisturbed," and turned back. But in 1869, John Wesley Powell set off down the mysterious river. His was the last great scientific expedition inside the United States, entering the last part of the West unpenetrated by whites. The river Powell explored was wild and muddy.
Well, you have to give him credit. One arm going down that river, didn't know a thing about it. They had no idea whether they'd find waterfalls, the kind of rapids they'd run into. And I remember the first time I went down, and I had to worry about whether that roar I heard in the distance was a waterfall of 100 feet or just a little rapid.
We now administer the Colorado in a great system of waterworks, but in a few places it sometimes runs wild, as Powell found it. Powell was a keen, skeptical observer, determined to learn whether Americans could realistically settle the land along the Colorado. Fed by snowmelt and rare violent storms, it was America's siltiest river and one of the world's warmest. No river on Earth had cut such canyons.
The river was tempestuous, willful, headstrong. It would flow at the flow of the Mississippi at low water in a little canyon, really. I mean, the Grand Canyon is huge, but the actual river bed is small. And this river would rise 70 feet.
It ran wild for 2 or 3 months every year, and it would get down to a trickle in August and September. The fluctuations on the Colorado River is amazing. It's just not a very predictable river.
It was an outlaw river, and we couldn't let it not be regulated. And that's why I think it wasn't just that it was the only significant river in the Southwest, but that it was so willful. This nature that we say we love wild, we really like it quite well regulated. And we went after the Colorado River with a kind of a special vengeance.
Powell questioned whether the river could be controlled, whether it could water the arid West, and whether it could be fairly divided. Americans have bitterly debated the Colorado ever since. This year, Reclamation Commissioner Dan Beard is running the river with 30 people, all of whom lay some claim to its waters.
Who wants this river? Everyone wants this river. Everyone in the southwestern United States and northwestern Mexico. You know, as you flow down here, it's hard to realize, but this river is really supplying Phoenix, Tucson, providing a substantial amount of the water supply for Southern California, Southern Nevada, provides substantial habitat for all kinds of aquatic life. There's a lot of people competing for this river.
When I was born in 1912, there were no dams in the Colorado River. It was a wild river all from start to finish. They thought it was all right, I think, for rivers to run to the ocean. That was their idea, and it was probably a good one.
There was a cry practically nationwide to control the wild, raging, rampant Colorado River that flooded the Yuma Valley and all the irrigation land down there. Flooded it every year, without question. There needed to be some control structure on the Colorado to stop those devastating annual floods.
For all its fury, the Colorado was a small river, only 1/30th the flow of the Mississippi, but it was the biggest river in 1,000 miles of desert. In 1922, Herbert Hoover convened western states to divide the river's water. Half was claimed by the mountain states, where the rain and snow fell, and half by the desert states, where most of the farms and cities would be. Never would such a river be asked to do so much. But the compact reserved no water for Native Americans and little for Mexico. Within a year, Bureau of Reclamation surveyors had located dozens of dam sites. The prime dam site was in a remote canyon called Glen. But the Bureau, under fierce pressure from California congressmen, chose instead the Narrows of Black Canyon, 300 miles closer to the exploding population of Los Angeles. The first great dam would be here, a few miles from the tiny village of Las Vegas.
Hoover Dam, to me, was a spectacle that unbelievable that man could build it to start with.
No dam that size could be built. People didn't know how to do it, who would pay for it. It was a huge leap into the realm of the unknown.
No one had ever before stopped a river of this size. Hoover Dam would stop floods, irrigate farms, generate low-cost power for homes and factories. It would be bigger than the Great Pyramid of Egypt, 3 times as tall as the Statue of Liberty.
This was a depression like you never saw. And I felt very fortunate that I could come to Boulder City and go to work on Hoover Boulder Dam, whichever one you prefer to call it.
Work started here in 1931, and the dam was dedicated on September the 30th of 1935 by Franklin Roosevelt. What to do with the water in the Colorado River? Well, the engineers of the United States Bureau of Reclamation who designed this dam had worked out the solution to simply bypass the entire Colorado River around to the canyon wall.
Of course, the first thing you have to do is get the river out of your way. We made tunnels through the rock. One of the critical times comes when we finally have to get that monstrous river into our tunnels. Get it out of our way so we can get down to bedrock and start the construction of a dam.
And the river is not very anxious to change its channel. As you gradually squeeze it down, you can throw the Taj Mahal in there, and the river moves it on downriver.
And what a thrill it was when that water gushed through those big diversion tunnels.
And we went down through the desert to an overlook, and we could see it being constructed. My father had me up on his shoulders looking out, because we were looking down over that, and it was just terrifying but fascinating. It looked like a bunch of little ants, 1 million little ants running down there, and the huge trucks. Why, they were so tiny.
The high scalers, they got $5 a day. If they had guts enough to wrestle a jackhammer up there, $5.60. So when a shot would go off up there, of course the high scalers were cleared out of that particular area where the shot was going to go. Now, just to see these high scalers work off a bosun chair attached to a rope, some of those guys could spring around like monkeys.
And the basket that was being lowered down into the canyon, oh, I wanted to get on that so bad and ride down. It just looked like a barrel of fun.
We just changed shifts, and I heard the swish-swash of an air hose. Here he comes, tumbling, 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 tumbling. He looked like a little ant from way up there. And he lit quite close to where I was standing. And I made a mad dash over to this guy. But there's nothing anybody could do. But along come a hard-boiled superintendent. Trucks were backing up. He said to me, "What are you going to do with all these blankety-blank trucks?" I said, "There's a man killed over here. We'll get him moving. This guy can't hurt anybody." Keeping those trucks moving was more important than anything. You know, we got to get this dam built. I just bring that out as to how highball this job was.
It was on June 6, 1933, that the first bucket of concrete was placed in the very lowest of the dam forms, 135 feet below the level where a few months previously had flowed the unchallenged Colorado River. As bucket after bucket of concrete was dumped into the forms, the plan of the structure became apparent.
Getting that concrete down into that narrow canyon and 120-degree heat, and I just marveled that man was able to do a thing like that.
The average high temperature was 119 degrees, 140 in the tunnels. In the first month, heat stroke killed a worker every 2 days.
They put 3,250,000 cubic yards of concrete in there in only 2 years, and that's enough concrete to build a highway all the way from San Francisco to New York City.
It had much more concrete in it than the Empire State Building. I mean, dozens of times more. It was solid, except for some corridors inside it, some elevators. It's absolutely solid.
It's 726 feet high, 660 feet thick at the bottom. It's only about 45 feet thick at the top. The best way from up here I've found to help everybody judge size is if you look at the vehicles driving back and forth across the top of it. If you happen to see any 18-wheel trucks, tour buses, or motor homes as we're going by, you'll notice they don't even appear large enough to be children's toys.
The big turbines, they fascinated me. I could hear them whirring, and they were so big. And my father and mother said, the water's coming in, it's making electricity. Power, that's what I feel down in the dam. I feel it. The dam itself is a powerful structure. God, look what it's holding back.
Imagine what a reservoir the size of Lake Mead weighs. Imagine the weight. And all that weight wants to go downriver. It doesn't have any other passion but to go downriver. And the only thing stopping it is this thumbnail, this 700-foot thumbnail.
As I stood on that transformer deck and looked at that magnificent concrete structure, I couldn't help but thinking that here's something greater than the pyramids, it's greater than the Sphinx, because it's not a monument to the dead. This is a monument to the living.
The dam is alive, and I know it gives life.
I had to stop and throw open the doors. Wow, look at that!
Even a dam hater has to admire.
I was tremendously impressed by that dam. When I first laid eyes on it, I felt like I had to get out of my car and kneel down and genuflect. Those engineers had built something not just immense, but really beautiful.
$53 million Boulder Dam, highest in the world, is practically finished. All but a few of the remaining workers get their final paychecks from the stupendous...
They topped it out in 1935, under budget and ahead of schedule, in the depths of a great drought and the Great Depression. Hoover Dam held back 2 years of the Colorado's flow in a 100-mile reservoir so heavy it bent the Earth's crust, creating its own tiny earthquakes.
In the name of the people of the United States, to whom you, Boulder Dam, are a symbol of greater things in the future, and in the honored presence of guests from many nations, I call you to life.
Hoover was the greatest single source of electricity in the world. Its turbines would power the aircraft industry that helped defeat Hitler, would light up downtown Los Angeles and 100 other cities. Its water would irrigate thousands of farms in California. Hoover Dam proved it could be done. It gave men the confidence to dam the Nile and Zambezi, the Rhine and the Yangtze. It also gave them confidence to plan dams for every single river in America.
If anybody comes in the next several thousand years from outer space and they land there, they will know exactly what happened on this spot at that time just by reading the stars.
On the edge of Hoover Dam is a mosaic star map. It shows the alignment of planets and stars in the heavens on September 30th, 1935. The day the dam was dedicated. It was designed to last thousands of years.
Anasazi Indians who farmed on the canyon floor.
More than anything else, Hoover convinced us we could conquer the fatal dryness of the great American desert.
I didn't really appreciate what this place was all about at 10 o'clock at night. I woke up in the morning and I opened the blinds, and all I saw was barren desert. And I thought I'd landed on the moon.
People who live in Arizona say that they love the desert. And I think they do love it from the perspective of their air-conditioned home. If you talk to the frontier, the pioneer parties that wandered across it, trying to get someplace where they could live, where they could sustain themselves, it was the most terrifying experience imaginable. Many people died crossing the Great Basin. That emigrant trail is littered with grave sites. Everybody thinks about the Donner Party and how they died in the snow. But thousands of people died in the deserts.
When Powell first warned against oversettling the arid West, other scientists argued that rain would follow the plow, that plowing and planting would agitate the air, cause clouds to form, and rain to fall.
The frustrations that Powell dealt with once he came back was the frustration of trying to convince the Congress that the West couldn't sustain the level of population and the type of development that the Congress wanted to impose on the region. I mean, they were trying to pound a square peg into a round hole.
As pioneers went west, the first thing that had to be done was to banish the idea that this was in any sense a desert. These poor pioneers had no idea how dry it was out there. They were going into a region that couldn't be farmed without irrigation. And nobody was talking about irrigation at the time.
We grow corn with squash, melons, beans. I guess naturally we just learned how to use the water conservatively. Because we never had any water. We live in arid land, you know.
And you don't irrigate any of that?
No, we all depend on the rain. That's why we have to pray every day.
The Hopis have lived near the Colorado for 1,000 years.
Oh, yeah, we like that.
On the heels of our triumph at Hoover came a time in American history when we had the money and resolve to build on a grand scale, to subdue the rivers of the West and to make them do our bidding.
The original mission of the Bureau of Reclamation to reclaim the arid West was a calling that had some real vision to it.
In 1933, there was a stamp, said conservation. It was red, and it was a picture of a dam. So that was conservation then. So there was this great big rush to see how many dams we could build in this century, no matter what the consequences would be later.
The impact that large mainstream storage reservoirs had on salmon and other fishery resources was something that was recognized and then dismissed. That was the cost. That was the price that one paid for development.
Redskin fishermen from 5 tribes are mighty busy making what may be their last haul at historic Celilo Falls. Vanishing salmon for the vanishing red men. Winter food for the tribes.
Hydroelectric dams, flood control dams, irrigation dams in California, Arizona, Montana, on the Gunnison, Green, Missouri, and 100 other rivers. Even plans to reroute the Columbia 1,000 miles south into the Colorado. Before computers, environmental impact studies, or federal deficits, we built 1,000 major dams. Over the next 30 years, we engineered dryness out of existence.
Hoover Dam, Bonneville Dam, Shasta, Grand Coulee, and then Fort Peck Dam. We were building the 5 largest structures on Earth simultaneously, all in one region of one country.
Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Your power.
After Hoover, we turned to the Columbia, greatest salmon river in the world. By 1955, we and the Canadians had built 55 dams on the Columbia and its tributaries.
On up the river at Grand Coulee Dam.
And Grand Coulee was so big that when engineers who worked on Hoover went up there and looked at that canyon and imagined this dam 4/5 of a mile wide and 550 feet high, they said it made Hoover look like nothing.
Inspected by Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia. On a whirlwind U.S. tour, he expresses the hope that such a dam might be built in his native country.
By 1956, 90% of the salmon were gone, and almost no stretch of the Columbia was not a reservoir. Then, there was unfinished business on the Colorado.
In the 1920s, they came down in here and actually did a full trip through the Grand Canyon and identify a whole series of dams that essentially would have backed up the Colorado River in a series of stair-step reservoirs all the way from the Mexico-United States line all the way up into Wyoming and Colorado.
The Bureau began work on the dam in Glen Canyon. It would generate hydropower for Phoenix and revenue to pay for other dams, and would submerge 186 miles of canyon.
The big dam in the Colorado River, the one with the big capacity, would be Glen Canyon Dam, the 26 million acre-foot capacity reservoir, 186 miles long. That was the big one. That was the moneymaker. It wasn't for irrigation. It was just to make hydroelectric power.
Glen Canyon was one of the most remote spots in America, 100 miles from the nearest paved road. Here, Powell found the river smooth and deep, with Anasazi ruins on the banks. Barely 200 people had ever been through the canyon.
The first year I ran down Glen Canyon was in 1954. And as we come near Lee's Ferry, probably 15 or so miles above Lee's Ferry, there's marks on the wall. There's something going on over there. There's piles of dirt. I looked up, we did, and there, 600 or more feet above us, little dots, little guys, way up on top of the rim. We looked through the binoculars, and they were surveyors. I said, geez, those are surveyors. They're going to dam this canyon.
Glen Canyon, as it was.
Glen Canyon as it will be. At 11:30 on the morning of October 15th, 1956, President Dwight D. Eisenhower triggered a blast far smaller than the atomic explosions now nearly so commonplace.
Some of the rock scaling had already been done. I marveled at it because here was a sheer wall, canyon, a muddy river running through it. And I tried to visualize Hoover Dam already in place. That was what we were doing. We were building a duplicate of Hoover. It staggered me to think of the job yet to be done.
Reclamation chief was the legendary Floyd Dominy.
Floyd Dominy is a household word in the 17 western states, the reclamation area. Kennedy called me the nation's water boy. When Senator Jackson had prevailed on Udall to suggest that maybe it was time for me to retire, all I had to do was alert the White House that these people were twisting my tail and pinching a little, and it stopped. Lyndon took care of it.
He's sort of the role model for a lot of ways that the Bureau approached things. It was more of a damn the torpedoes, let's get this son of a bitch built. And he got a lot of it built.
Remember that hydroelectric energy is the only pollution-free energy that's created. It's renewable. You don't burn up a coal mine, or you don't mine out a mine, you don't drill out a well. You don't have 25,000-year half-life full of rods from the atomic power. I think it's a shame that we haven't developed every single possible kilowatt from this renewable, non-polluting source of energy. Everyone in the Bureau of Reclamation, including Western congressmen and senators, firmly believed that the reclamation program was a must for the growth and expansion of the West. And we had no dissenters in the 40s and 50s, early 50s at least. It was everybody gung-ho, and let's get it done. The great moment on dam construction is when you finally realize that you put the last bucket of concrete on the top of the dam, and that you now are prepared to close the tunnel and let the river start making its way up to the spillway levels and fill the lake.
When Glen Canyon Dam was nearly complete, David Brower, executive director of the Sierra Club, visited the condemned canyons for the first time. Brower and the Sierra Club had stopped a dam on the Green River in exchange for not objecting to the dam in Glen Canyon.
Glen Canyon used to be filled with beavers. There's no beaver in there anymore. Good fishing in there. It was just a nice, quiet, no rapids to speak of, and some very historic spots in there. It's just a nice place.
There must have been 125 to 30 canyons, each one of them with a stream in it.
But you walk up this little stream, then you turn left, and suddenly you're in one of the most remarkable places on Earth. Huge amphitheater. It's, much bigger than most of the cathedrals I've been in. Just a little slot of sky up on top. A little bit of water coming over a waterfall at the head of this.
Up to a slot of smooth sandstone that if you touched it, it just felt like velvet. And above that, a twisting funnel where the light came down first kind of yellow, then kind of dimmer, and then kind of orange.
An exquisite place. Just about as beautiful as anything the Creator ever dreamed up.
Powell had been the first outsider to see Glen Canyon and these dozens of side canyons. Brower would be one of the last.
And at Glen Canyon, this was a critical time, and I recall the decision I had to make whether we could close the gates that year or have to wait another year.
I'd seen the canyon. I'd seen the side canyons. My family had seen them. I knew what a beautiful place it was. I testified in the lack of comprehensive thinking that had gone into the entire project and came up with very strong arguments for stopping the entire project. And I wanted, at least at the last moment, to appeal to Stuart Udall, and I wanted to get in to talk to him, because that was the last day they were going to close the gates and start filling Glen Canyon. And I got to his office, but never got to see him because he had this other agenda.
Of course, all the upper basin states, people and politicians were saying, close the gates, close the gates. And all the downstream people who relied on the water coming on through, don't close the gates, don't close the gates.
I did have this last desperate hope that we could stay the closing of the dam, the closing of the river valves, and stop any further filling until we'd thought a little bit harder about the alternatives. And that January of '63, I failed. So Glen Canyon started filling.
We finally got an estimate that indicated and that we would get up to power plant intake levels by the end of July. And so I made the recommendation that we close the gates and start filling.
But I was the one person who was in position to stop it before they had built the dam. And there's where my big failure was. We had the arguments, we had the votes, and for reasons that I still do not understand, I didn't do what I should have done. I just sat there, and I didn't act.
And as our plane glided down into this immense canyon landscape, I could see from afar this plug in the river, the place where Glen Canyon Dam stands. As I look around at this incredibly beautiful and creative work, it occurs to me that this is a new kind of writing on the wall. A kind that says, proudly and beautifully, man was here.
We're looking down 583 feet, or 175 meters. Goodbye, Hat.
The reservoir was christened 100 years to the day after Powell passed through Glen Canyon. Glen Canyon Dam was built to generate hydropower for homes, industry, and air conditioning in Phoenix, and to power pumps which lift the Colorado 300 miles uphill to new farms and towns in Arizona. Today, 4 million people a year visit Glen Canyon Dam and its lake.
But I felt from the very start that it should be Lake Powell, because Powell is the man who had made the canyon famous. He was the man who was really the father of the Bureau of Reclamation. He was the one who made the reports to Congress that indicated that the West could never be developed by private enterprise alone, that it would take the power and muscle of the federal government to develop and settle the West properly. So I thought Lake Powell was the proper name for that reservoir.
One of the most outrageous things that ever happened was to name the reservoir, the flat water, behind Glen Canyon Dam after John Wesley Powell, a reservoir that flooded some of the things that he thought were the most beautiful he had ever seen. And I'm sure that if he were around, he would be after the person who thought of that idea, and he'd say, you can't do that. Maybe Dominie's Flatwater or something of the sort, but not Lake Powell.
When you dam a river, you always lose something. You can't provide something for somebody else and not have somebody in the middle get upset.
Senator Goldwater had been a strong advocate for Glen Canyon Dam.
It's, I guess, probably one of the most beautiful reservoirs in the world. And as you ride on it, you can see things you could not have seen in the river. But I just soon never see them.
Well, I went into a canyon on the left bank, and I wound around, and I came across a very narrow place where I could just barely get my boat through. And I looked back down, and the sun at that particular moment had come down just like a beam, right smack down into the water. And what it showed me was that spiral that I had looked up at.
There are 2,000 Anasazi sites buried in the water now. But they decided the practical advantages would outweigh that. This was a controversial dam. It kicked off the environmentalist movement in the United States because a handful of people had taken the trouble to find out what an exquisite little canyon this was.
600 feet below the surface of Lake Powell.
I have to be honest with you, I'd been happier if we didn't have the lake. Glen Canyon was a beautiful piece of water.
If you had to vote today on damming Glen Canyon, would you vote?
I'd vote against it. Because I've become convinced that, while water is important, particularly to those of us who live in the desert, it's not all that important.
8 million years of geologic change came to a sudden end. Environmental havoc swiftly took hold downstream. For years, the Colorado had run 85 degrees and rich with silt. Now, from the deep reservoir, it runs freezing cold and crystal clear. Most of the native fish, which had evolved over 1 million years in the warm, silty water, vanished into extinction. Lake Powell evaporates 10 feet a year, twice what the city of Los Angeles uses in a year. The violent natural floods which redistributed river sand were replaced by a regulated daily tide, governed not by the rain, but by electric power demand in Phoenix.
Would you believe a fish story in which a transport plane is loaded with 400,000 rainbow trout in order to stock a remote lake in Arizona? At a carefully chosen altitude, 650 feet, the adult trout are ready to drop into their new home. Knocked out briefly, 95% of them survive. These flying fish may be the first successful piscatorial airdrop.
I had no sympathy for those who felt that nature couldn't be improved upon. Now, I admit that nature can improve upon man. We're probably the supreme being, but in the realm of rivers, I think man can improve upon them.
We're not trying to recreate what was here before the dam. That's kind of, that's almost impossible to do. But still trying to protect the endangered species and the culture.
40 years ago, there were no studies of the environmental change Glen Canyon Dam was set in motion. National environmental laws did not exist. Now, a Bureau team studies those changes in the river system. Powell's men found the ancient river half a mile wide at its mouth, pouring into the ocean. By 1967, Hoover Dam, Glen Canyon, and 8 other dams stopped the river in a chain of giant reservoirs. Except in very wet years, the Colorado River no longer reaches the sea. The remains of the river vanish into the sand in northern Mexico.
Many, many people have had lives and livelihoods. Cities have been built and huge amounts of food produced that just would never have happened without these reclamation projects. And I don't think anyone can truly logically sit down and say, in the grand scope of everything in context, that that was an evil thing to do.
We believe that this is where we emerged. This is what we call the center of the universe. Grand Canyon is one of the most sacred places in the universe as far as the Hopis is concerned. This is very important to us. We don't want to destroy this. I know somebody mentioned it yesterday, you're trying to play God. Well, I don't know. I don't think we are able to do that because we're human, we're mortal beings. I know some of you are very, very bright and smart and, but I don't think you can go beyond that.
On behalf of Airstar Helicopters and myself, I'd like to welcome you to the Grand Canyon.
Bienvenue à bord de l'hélicoptère d'Airstar, tour spectaculaire Grand Canyon.
The Little Colorado River flows down through there. The Colorado River flows down the canyon up to our left front. They come together right in front of us at a place called the Confluence.
To the Hopi, the confluence of the Colorado and the Little Colorado marks the place where humans first emerged from the earth ages ago.
Grand Canyon is, I guess, 9 million years old. If you take a ballpoint pen and just draw a line across a piece of paper, that's the amount of erosion that it took every year for 9 million years to make the Grand Canyon.
On the very day Glen Canyon began to fill, the Bureau announced plans for more power dams on the Colorado, including one in Marble Canyon, not far from the confluence.
The Marble Canyon Dam was a wonderful dam site. Sheer canyon walls over 1,000 feet, straight up and down, as near perpendicular as you could get, and a very narrow canyon. So it was a perfect dam site.
Well, Marble Gorge is a remarkable slot, and the Colorado River is entrenched itself very deep in their very steep walls. There are places where the river has polished that marble gloriously.
You have entered and are well into the Red Wall Limestone Formation, place they finally decided to build the so-called Marble Dam. And they had a big operation there. A regular community was formed in the vicinity. They had an aerial tramway that came down from the canyon rim. They had to test the rock, and in order to do that, they dug tunnels into it. So they began testing the cliffs there, the rock for its strength.
These new dams would flood 140 miles of canyon between Hoover and Glen. They were the centerpiece of an immense plan to generate more power for growing cities.
Having lost Glen Canyon and realizing how great a loss that was for all time, I just had a new determination, well, let's not do this anymore, and certainly not the Grand Canyon. So we began to do what we could to block the attempts of the Bureau of Reclamation to build the two Grand Canyon dams.
Now, a big smile.
The Grand Canyon is so deep that tourists on the rim cannot see the river. Brower testified before Congress that the dams would be wasteful and impractical.
His big question is, well, wouldn't you compromise? Wouldn't you take just a little teeny-weeny dam in the Grand Canyon? And I said, no, the Grand Canyon wasn't mine to trade off.
Permanent, massive things that would have altered it forever. So we had to stop it, and it wasn't easy.
They didn't want any dams built any place on the Colorado River. It's not hard for me to understand that.
Senator Goldwater represented the interests of Arizona voters.
I don't like to see these dams built. I wish there was some way we didn't have to build them. But speaking for people who are mounting by the millions, and I expect to live to see the day when my city will be the 5th or 6th largest in America, I have to argue for these people.
Commissioner Dominy pointed out that reservoirs would not be seen from any vista point on the canyon rim, and that Marble Canyon filled with water would be more accessible to tourists than powerboats.
Should we flood the Sistine Chapel so tourists can get closer to the ceiling? Now, you know, that was in response to the members of Congress from Arizona and all who said, we will make a beautiful lake there so people can see the scenery better.
So we ran ads in the New York Times, the Chronicle, the Los Angeles Times, the Sacramento Bee. We ran ads all over the Washington Post, wherever we thought it would work. Americans got tired of the idea that dams were conservation. The engineer's argument that you can't waste this water, you can't let it flow to the sea unused, had just began to pale on the public. So it was not that hard to say, well, let's consider that we have enough dams for now, and let's see if we can't keep some rivers alive.
The dams would rise like bookends on either side of Grand Canyon National Park, technically outside the park boundary, but Brower argued they would still affect the Grand Canyon.
I resent the fact that Dave Brower deliberately misled the public about Bridge Canyon Dam.
Floyd Dominy is still, to this day, figured that all I did was tell untruths about what was going to happen to the Grand Canyon. And
he gave the impression deliberately that we were going to flood the Grand Canyon National Park. There was actual tourists would say, where would the lake be in this view?
We used the Bureau of Reclamation's photographs of how much would be inundated.
It was an absolute lie, and Brower knew it. So that sanctimonious bastard deliberately lied.
We talked about damming the Grand Canyon. That changed everything. The Grand Canyon. The Reader's Digest said it was a bad idea. My Weekly Reader said it was a bad idea. Terrible idea. And the beast was out of the bottle.
I have no apologies. I was a crusader for the development of water. I was the Messiah. I was the evangelist that went out and argued persuasively to develop our rivers and water supplies for the benefit of people. I don't apologize for that.
As public opinion swelled, Commissioner Dominy held out for at least one dam.
We came very close to building that structure. The site was selected. The general feasibility studies were prepared. That dam was nearly a reality. I think the story goes that once Floyd Dominy went overseas on an inspection, and it wasn't until he left the country that people then immediately huddled and came to agreement not to include those structures in the final legislation.
The dams were taken out of the authorization bill. He had to be gone for that to happen. That was such a historic moment. Nobody knew it at the time, but that really, it was the beginning, and it was a big beginning of the end of the age of dams.
We've just come into what's called the Marble Canyon Dam Site area, and in the late 50s, early 60s, this area was actually proposed for a dam, and this was one of the dam sites that was being explored. There's adit tunnels on both river right and river left, and that's primarily where you see the mine tailings. On river right, you can see a couple of Bureau of Reclamation graffiti signs. The one that's straight across from us is B. The middle of the dam was to be located.
A living river is a very exciting thing. It should remain an exciting thing. The river has done a very good job in the Grand Canyon. It's made a beautiful canyon, and I'm not ready to penalize the river to please a couple of hydroelectric engineers, ever.
Brower had won. Glen Canyon was the last dam built on the Colorado. But saving Marble Canyon did not stop the flood of people drawn to new homes and new jobs in Arizona. In 1969, Lyndon Johnson authorized the Central Arizona Project.
For the millions of Americans west of the Continental Divide, it'll provide more water for growing cities. It'll provide more water for expanding industries, for the farmers' crops, and for the ranchers' cattle. It'll let us build aqueducts and power plants and a network of projects for irrigation, for community water supplies, for flood control, for electricity, and finally for recreation. So by taking this action today, that we are making the waters of the West a little sweeter, and we'll make the grass of the West a good deal greener.
This is the most expensive waterworks in Bureau history, the lifeline without which jobs, farms, and homes in central Arizona could not exist. Glen Canyon Power and a giant coal-fired power plant drive pumps which lift the Colorado 300 miles uphill into Phoenix, Tucson, and Scottsdale. Phoenix has grown so large that Paris, Rome, and Manhattan together could all fit within its city limits.
This is our Cambria 2 model. This is the largest home that we do in this particular community. It's about 1,600 square feet. The next room I want to show you is our third bedroom or den. Right now, I wanted to let you know that Arizona is about the second hottest real estate market in the country next to Atlanta.
Well, the only thing that can get out of balance is if we get too many people. As I say, when I was born here, there were about 10,000 people living in the whole valley. Now there are 2 million. 2 million is a rather large number of people for us to service with water.
The things that reclamation did in building water projects allowed a lot of growth. But the problem we face today is that there's just not enough water to go around.
We have underground watering systems with a small drain to every plant, a small drip system. We also have sprayer systems for the grassy areas. Now, of course, this is called desert landscaping.
And my grandmother would go over there and fetch water, very little. And that expected to last maybe for a couple of days. And then when I see my grandmother wash dishes after dinner, she put water into one cup. She put her hand in like that, and she put that same water into another cup. And then she finally throw it out. And that's how she uses water, because the water has to last a long time. The reason why we live in this desolate area is because it's harsh. And that's the only way that you can be as close to the spiritual being. And the closer you are to the spiritual being, the more that you will maintain your humbleness. So we look at this survival in terms of maybe thousands of years in the future.
As you can see right now, we're lucky. The fountain's going off right through the trees over here. Now that goes off every hour on the hour. That fountain shoots up over 500 feet. It's actually taller than the Washington Monument.
There will never be enough water in the Colorado River to satisfy all the demand on it, ever. We will never augment it by relocating another river from the northwest to make it bigger. And when the pie doesn't grow, you just cut smaller pieces of pie.
Perhaps we've created some problems that we'll never solve, and by attracting people, making it easier for people to move into a harsh environment. I don't know why everybody should have a swimming pool in their own backyard. I don't know why they should have a green lawn when cactus would look better in a desert environment.
I can sit here in 1995 and I can say to John Wesley Powell, you were wrong. The Colorado River at that time was a whole different river system. And it was running wild, and it didn't look very manageable. But we've engineered our way out of that problem. We have put so many dams and reservoirs on that system that there is adequate water in the Colorado River.
But the system is fragile. When runoff predictions went awry in 1983, thundering water ripped boulders and pulverized rock from Glen Canyon's spillway tunnels.
Glen Canyon, they almost lost it when they were a little chintzy. I don't want the dam to go all at once. It was take out Hoover, Parker, and Davis downstream because they're not built to handle 26 million acre feet of water coming down all at once.
If Hoover Dam collapsed, the entire economy of the Southwest would be catastrophically affected. We can't imagine until something like this happens how dependent we've become on the liberties we've taken with the natural order.
We have turned nature on its head. In Phoenix, the average August temperature is over 100. Here and there amidst the abundance are a few abandoned orange groves and subdivisions, their supply of Colorado water shut off. This is what happens when the water stops. Today, more people, farms, and industries depend on the Colorado than on any comparable river in the world. Never has such a river been asked to do so much.
When you drive down Interstate 5 between San Francisco and Los Angeles, you see cotton fields, miles and miles of cotton fields, and you see row crops and you see orchards. And you think, oh, there's some cotton, there's some orchards, there's some row crops. This just wouldn't have been possible within the pre-existing natural order. The water is coming from hundreds of miles away through concrete rivers. You know, it just couldn't have happened without these fantastic waterworks that we know, which are all but invisible. Somewhere off in the distance is a huge aqueduct carrying water that sustains all of this. But if it somehow the water stopped flowing, you'd have a desert again overnight.
Everybody is conscious of water. If you head for the river with a bucket, empty bucket, you're liable to get shot. So.
Water makes wealth. Water can turn a low-value piece of property into something you can grow lettuce on.
Without water, there would just be a dry desert here, really. Water brings everything. Water brings the green. Out here, it's man-made compared to Mother Nature, the way you're doing it back east.
This looks like garlic over here. Here's a young almond orchard over here. Right now we've got a field here that's ready for planting for something, probably cotton or tomatoes. These are pistachio trees here. More lettuce over here and garlic over here. See this bronco right here, this tough grass you see on the edge of the road? This is the way it would have looked
100 years ago, before water.
10,000 trucks a day haul food to market on Interstate 5, hundreds of miles through the heart of California. For nearly a century, congressmen, governors, presidents, and farmers have fought bitterly to make nature do their bidding here on the San Joaquin Plains. They have made the Central Valley the richest agricultural region in the history of the world. Here, it is drier than North Africa. And to bring water to this dry land, we built the world's largest and most expensive waterworks. This is the most completely transformed landscape of its size anywhere on Earth, transformed entirely by water. Here, we churn out a quarter of America's food. How did we achieve this? And why did generations of Americans fight over this land where it never rains in summer? Sierra Nevada rivers to the east have flooded a few weeks each spring since the beginning of time. Snowmelt thundered down rivers teeming with salmon and fed the great swamps and 100-mile lakes. Every summer, the marshes evaporated. The valleys shimmered in withering heat. It was the American Serengeti.
This whole area was known as the Huron Sinks. It was kind of a swampy type thing with water inlets, just not very deep, but moving in and out. That's where the Indians camped. And they would do some fishing, oddly enough. Hard to believe today. The Indians, they were there during the winter months, and then they'd hightail it over where it was cooler in the summer, over toward the Sierras.
The valley's natural web of life had evolved over thousands of wet winters and dry summers. In a few game reserves, bits of the original valley survive to this day.
Unbelievable numbers of waterfowl. 80 to 100 million ducks and geese would winter on the flyway. You know, it's an old cliche, but the sky was black. I've heard it from people still alive. The sky was black with birds. There were grizzly bears all over the place. And there were antelope, million antelope, tule elk. You can find here and there tiny, tiny little pockets of what it once was. It was just phenomenal. It's completely and irrevocably and utterly transformed now. The Central Valley has one huge drawback. It stops raining in most years in April or May, and it starts raining again in November. And then when it does rain, it rains like crazy. In 1862, after the town of Sonora got 78 inches of rain in 6 weeks, the Central Valley was a lake the size of Lake Ontario. It was 250 miles long and 40 miles wide, and it was underwater. The only way to get from San Francisco to Sacramento was by boat. Sacramento was completely underwater in 1850 and again in 1862. From the moment that flood receded, the politicians, the state legislature, said, we have simply got to do something to control nature here, or we can't continue to live here. And that was really the beginning of the transformation of the valley.
A 19th century law allowed anyone to claim land over which he could sail in a boat.
Henry Miller staked out his claims for a section of land in a boat.
He was just another one of those Californians who came here from somewhere else, reinvented himself completely. He'd been a butcher boy.
He would float around and drive posts in the ground and mark his territory, and the law required it to be done from a boat. So that's just what he did. And then when the flood went away, why, according to history, he put a boat in a buckboard wagon.
And then had it pulled by a team of horses on a buggy or wagon and went traipsing across the country a considerable distance.
Whose empire ultimately reached 1,090,000 acres.
For his era, you'd have to take your hat off to him.
And he was the first person to build a dam, a significantly sized dam in California. And that led to 1,200 other dams of significant size that we've built since then.
In the late 19th century, pioneers built small dams, drained marshes, and dug canals. But still, they found themselves at the mercy of nature.
The dry farmers looked to the skies and the heavens for rain. They hoped that the rains would be timely enough to get a crop. Obviously, it was risky. And if they got into a reasonably wet cycle, they could do reasonably well.
It's a lot of praying.
With a lot of praying. They sent their wives to church, I know, every Sunday.
But a vast aquifer of pure water lay just underground, built up like water in a sponge over thousands of winters. In a few places, it even gushed up to the surface. After World War I, traveling salesmen went from farm to farm selling powerful new turbine pumps. Now farmers could pump as much groundwater as they needed. In 1929, California pulled ahead of Iowa as America's leading farm state, even as drought settled over the valley. Before long, growers had pumped the San Joaquin water table down 10 feet. And by 1930, they had 24,000 turbine pumps on the aquifer, drawing it down to 100 feet below the surface. Deep-rooted oaks on the San Joaquin plains began to die.
"70,000 refugees from the Dust Bowl present a new problem to California. Squatter camps spring up and living conditions alarm the health authorities. These newcomers seek to make a living by following the harvest and working in the fields or at
When growers called for more labor, refugees from the Midwest began their exodus to the Promised Land, to California.
They are almost all of American stock, people driven from their old homes by dust storms, drought, ill health, hard luck.
Some of the most famous photographs ever taken are Dorothea Lange's photographs of the Okies, if you will, the migrants in the Great Depression. What people may not know is that most of those photographs were taken in the San Joaquin Valley of California. That's where it hit. That's where the great population migration was dumped.
Waves of Dust Bowl refugees found farmers leveling new tracts of land. Cheap labor and cheap water were key to the expansion, key to the abundance. What migrants could not see was that growers were pumping the aquifer dry.
They could pump hundreds of gallons a minute. It was like a fire hose. There was something like 24,000 pumps, big pumps. The groundwater just disappeared. They overdrafted it. They mined it so fast that the valley subsided.
Portions of the San Joaquin Valley dropped 3 feet.
You're pulling out 100 buckets of water and only a cupful is being replenished currently. That this is a losing deal. There's no question about it.
By the middle of the Great Depression, the Promised Land, California's Great Central Valley, was running out of water. Now, farmers could either limit their pumping and produce less, or they could search for new water.
So that you can look across at the Sierras, and if there is a cloud layer or a cloud formation, you can see through the height, you can see the snow layer just capping the whole top of the mountains that surround the valley floor.
Northern California's worst blizzard, raging for a week without a let-up, buries the Sierra Nevada region in 13 feet of snow.
Every spring, Sierra snowmelt roared down the salmon rivers and out to sea.
Cut off from the outside world by snow-choked highways.
Ebbets Pass, just to the east of the farm counties, once got 73 feet of snow, deepest ever recorded anywhere in the world.
Time in 5 years is famous Donner Trail, where the storm's fury trapped scores of cars.
Only the federal government, which had just conquered the Colorado River, could move the snowmelt to farms across California.
The New Deal came along at an exquisitely opportune time. It was rescue.
Growers turned to Franklin Roosevelt, fresh from the national triumph of Boulder Dam.
Boulder Dam, Nevada, America's newest engineering wonder, is about to be dedicated by the President of the United States.
I have the right once more to congratulate you who have builded Boulder Dam.
Now, Roosevelt and Congress gave California a gift even greater than Boulder Dam, the Central Valley Project.
Here we have the most elaborate irrigation project, public works project ever built, just when it's desperately needed. And if it hadn't been for Franklin Roosevelt, it probably wouldn't have been built, because not many politicians believed at the time that the government ought to be doing this kind of stuff. But he did.
11 million tons of this aggregate must somehow be transported from Redding, 10 miles across the wilderness, to the site of the dam.
The Central Valley Project would capture snowmelt from the living rivers and dole it out in summer through a 3,000-mile grid of dams, canals, and reservoirs. It would water an area the size of Lake Michigan. No one had ever built anything like the Central Valley Project. This solution to the growers' overpumped groundwater would be bigger and more complex than Hoover Dam. It would be the biggest public works project since the Great Wall of China. It would be the most expensive waterworks in history. Shasta, the main dam, would be taller than the Washington Monument.
On behalf of the Bureau of Reclamation, I'd like to welcome all of you to Shasta Dam. My name is Sherry, and I'm going to be your tour guide today. Shasta Dam is the second largest concrete gravity-type dam in the United States. Now, this was constructed during the end of the Depression. This gave almost 5,000 people and their families employment. This was a big deal, and people did come from everywhere to get a job. It's amazing to think that there's over 400 feet of concrete above our heads right now.
In 1935, most Americans had never heard of the Bureau of Reclamation.
This is what the dam looks like from the top, looking down.
But over the next half-century, this obscure agency would remake the face of the continent. These giant irrigation projects were made possible by the old Reclamation Act of 1902. Congress had passed the act a quarter century before to stop the sort of land grabs Henry Miller had orchestrated, and to put thousands of new small farms in the arid West.
Go through the headquarters of the Bureau of Reclamation in Washington, you'll see murals all over the place, and they all depict this grand development of water resources and the cultivation of land and the arrival of settlers. New land, all through irrigation, otherwise it wouldn't exist. Those murals are everywhere.
And of course,
you're not in the West very long before you realize that the key is water. And I think clearly that the original intent was if we got the water to the land, we could put farmers on it. This was a settling of the West, and that was the best of intents. And in fact, it was written into the law. This was going to be for small farmers. This was going to be for people who farmed 160 acres.
Days after Congress passed the Reclamation Act in 1902, speculators, real estate brokers, and congressmen began their horse trading. Everyone could see that land with water was worth more than land without water, and every senator wanted a water project. The political pork barrel was born. By law, water would be sold at a fraction of its cost to small 160-acre farms. It was true that many small farms would soon get government water. But eventually, the largest recipient of the largest water project in history would not be a small farmer, but the Southern Pacific Railroad, largest landowner in California. By World War II, CVP canals would work their way south and soon transform the valley into the breadbasket of the world. Far to the south, farmers around Tulare Lake began lobbying for their own water project.
At high water, it would be 45 miles, about 22 miles down that way and about 22 miles up this way. And then it'd be about 10 miles wide and 10 miles this way, 10 miles west, 10 miles east. And then you'd be about 22 feet deep if it was the deepest part of the lake. That was by the water witch soundings on there. And then your fish should be swimming by you.
Tulare Lake was 2 million years old, one of the oldest lakes on Earth. 45 miles long, it was the largest freshwater lake west of the Mississippi.
When it flourished in May and June with the runoff of 4 substantial rivers, the whole Tulare Basin, it could be twice, 3 times the size of Lake Tahoe in wet years. It was probably the last place in the Central Valley that really was wild.
If you get a lot of rain, we had a lot of lake. If we didn't get much rain, we had very little lake. And that's why a lot of people say it's kind of a magical lake. You know, a lot of rabbits and coyotes and things like that. So it was just a real nice spot, you know, for hunting and fishing.
For years, North American wheat has been produced most profitably on large farms. But today, none is more thoroughly industrialized than the 50,000-acre Tulare Lake Ranch in San Joaquin Valley, California.
Not far from the lake, on land once claimed by Henry Miller, some of the wealthiest farmers in the world raised wheat and cotton.
We have about 35,000 acres of grain and about 7,500 acres of cotton. We have 250 miles of canals and ditches on our ranch. All of our land is under irrigation.
In dry years, growers could farm bits of the lake bottom, but they wanted to farm it all. In 1940, the Bureau agreed to build irrigation dams on rivers feeding the ancient lake. The law would then force growers to sell off their huge holdings into small farms.
The idea of subduing nature has captivated the whole country. There's practically no dissent. No, the kingpins are the Army Corps of Engineers, Civil Works branch of the Army, and the Bureau of Reclamation. Congress cannot appropriate enough money fast enough for these agencies to build more dams. I'll give you your dam, you give me mine. That's the way it worked.
Here's 2 federal agencies going to 2 different committees for authorizations, 2 different sets of rules, all financed from the same pocket, the Federal Treasury.
And the Corps and the Bureau ended up in a bitter, bitter rivalry over who could get to the next dam site first.
The Corps of Engineers had far different legislative authority. They could build a project without acreage limitation. They could build a project with no operation and maintenance responsibility for the beneficiaries of the project, and no repayment responsibilities from the beneficiary of the project. So this was pretty tough competition.
The Corps dammed the rivers, dried out the lake, and then brought back what had been Tulare's water to irrigate the dry lake bed.
could have been many hundreds, many thousands of small farms became these giant agribusiness empires. These corporations amassed so much wealth from this water, which was practically free. They basically have run agriculture in the southern San Joaquin Valley ever since.
There are thousands of acres of cotton in here. Thousands really. I'd say probably 1 million acres right in this area all around us. From way back there, you can see as far as you can see is cotton. So, you know, it's big acreage, and it really overwhelms people who come into the area and look around. But the water is the essential thing. Without that water, you can't grow the cotton.
I was down in Tulare Basin just a couple of years ago, and I tried to find the lake. I knew I was approaching it, and at one point I was suddenly on it, and then I was miles into it in my car. It's gone. It's completely obliterated in a few years.
What had been Tulare Lake is now 50 miles of plowed cotton field along Interstate 5.
This is just like Las Vegas. It never stops.
I can remember some of the farmers in my father's front room talking about disking the land, plowing the land 24 hours a day, keeping the tractors that were turning the soil, preparing the soil for planting, and how they would swing in quarter-mile swaths and swing around. And, you know, it was a ballet of linking huge tractors together to flatten the land, to level the land, to turn the land, to irrigate.
We had built the CVP to relieve strain on overpumped groundwater. But with so many acres of new crops, farmers increased their pumping. The aquifer fell. And now, the exploding population of Los Angeles wanted valley water. After all, California farms used more water in a year than LA could use in half a century. Even with the Central Valley Project, Californians once again wanted more water.
This is Pat Brown. This is Papa Brown here. This man promised California farmers that they would have plenty of water.
Growers asked Governor Brown to build a state-financed flood control and irrigation project.
Well, my father seemed to be obsessed with water. He talked about it all the time. In fact, I remember when he would give speeches running for governor the last time, he would give these speeches and talk about water all the time, and he'd come back and he'd say, I know it's not sexy. I know people aren't listening, but water's important.
He fought for it, made it happen. A man-made river, 600 miles long. Water for homes, for industry.
It's always a disaster, whether it's a drought or a flood, that gets the state rolling again. And in 1955, one of the worst flood episodes in the history of the state occurred, where the Yuba River went over its banks, and the Yuba City, a fair-sized town in the Sacramento Valley, was almost destroyed.
Pat Brown knew that almost all Californians believed in flood control and irrigation.
He wanted to build the State Water Project. It was an unheard of idea for any state, even a rich state like California, to build something that big.
Governor Pat Brown of California joins with Universal Pictures executives to open the new Studio Center.
With swing votes from Los Angeles, Brown's State Water Project squeaked by on a 3% margin, the biggest bond issue ever by any state for any purpose, even though we already had the largest waterworks in the world.
The theory was that if any water reached the ocean, it was wasted. And so you had to grab it and put it somewhere else.
Large-scale excavation projects, such as harbors and canals,
The University of California and the Atomic Energy Commission tested nuclear explosions for excavating waterways.
Sedan was detonated at 10 a.m., July 6, 1962. The dome rose to a height of 290 feet before it vented at 3 seconds.
When testing became a public relations disaster, officials abandoned any thought of nuclear canal building in the Central Valley. On its own, the state of California was building its own waterworks, just as big, just as expensive as the Central Valley Project. Pat Brown's waterworks would cost as much as the Manhattan Project.
The size of the State Water Project is something you almost have to see to believe.
A Oroville Dam, solid earth, and almost half a mile thick at the base.
It's just about 150 feet shy of the Eiffel Tower. The pump lift at the Tehachapi Mountains is about 3,000 feet. So you have a river running uphill 2/3 of a mile.
Even before the Central Valley Project was finished, we were already building a second project, just as big.
The presidential helicopter stirs up clouds of dust as it lands in Los Baños, California, where Mr. Kennedy is to break ground for another federal-state conservation endeavor.
It's a pleasure for me to come out here and help blow up this valley and the cause of progress.
By the late 60s, federal and state waterworks had lifted the rivers out of their ancient beds and delivered them to every corner of the Great Dry Valley. Soon, Bureau water would reach even the Westlands, most desolate part of the San Joaquin, 1,000-square-mile district as dry as the Mojave. The local congressman predicted that the Westlands would soon be settled by thousands of small farmers.
Okay, if you need more, it's okay. The large pumps are going to 283. Decrease the total release of Feather River from 4,000 to 3,500.
You really have to go to the control room of the state and federal water projects in Sacramento. I mean, here we had these rivers, big rivers, that used to engorge and spill, and now you have a few technicians sitting at a big bank of computers, and they regulate the whole thing. In fact, every morning they decide who is going to get how much water and power, and they just meter it out in a steady flow to 32 million people and 10 million acres of land. It's really a remarkable feat.
By 1974, the state of California had the 6th largest economy in the world, larger than all but the 5 greatest industrial nations. In 105-degree heat, without rain, farmers could grow nearly all the fruits and vegetables of the Midwest and Florida.
When the canal came, the farm really grew big here. So what I really miss is the nature. The pheasants and coyotes, everything had left.
Then the machine came, and we all got scared and said we were going to be out of a job, but no, we had more work. We'd drive the machine, it was easier.
If it rained in the summer, we'd be in big trouble. It's the fact that through irrigation we can precisely apply the water at the right time. You can stress the cotton plant. You cannot give it water for a while, and that plant thinks it's going into a drought, and it's going to put on the bolls, then you put the water to it, and you get a better crop. Rain is an enemy. So we're blessed with that dry summer, and combine the irrigation, and you've got something magical.
The new water supplies brought new mechanization and spectacular production that continues to this day. The University of California joined with growers and manufacturers to research specialized machinery for large irrigated farms.
Well, you're talking about farms that 20,000 acres, 50,000 acres, 100,000 acres, and these lands just overwhelm anything that people thought about in these forms of agriculture in the southeastern United States, and there was just nothing like the Central Valley. Everybody else in the country was relying on God to give them water, and these guys got it from the U.S. government, and they got it when they wanted it, time of day, day of the month, time of the year, and they got it almost free.
A few researchers noted alarming changes amid the prosperity: accumulation of salt and pesticide residue, worsening conditions for farm labor, the lack of small farms, and the disappearance of salmon. Congress did not share their concerns, and Western water projects rolled through Congress as they had for decades.
I've always referred to it as the Iron Triangle, which is really an alliance that was developed between local sponsors, their congressional delegation, and the Bureau of Reclamation, or the Water Development Agency, the Corps of Engineers. They were the heart and the soul. They were the oil that made the engine of the Congress run.
People voted for each other's dam projects. Every congressman wanted one, and every congressman got one if he voted for everybody else's. The way that legislation passed often was the committee chairman's favorite dam was stuck onto it, even though it was an education bill. Dams mean pork barrel.
I mean, the Civil Rights Act, for example, would have never been passed without the benefit of using, pork barrel water projects. Staff in the White House and the Office of Management and Budget prepared as a matter of routine a list of water projects which were not justified and ought not to be funded. President Nixon and then President Ford all, of course, said, this is very interesting and I really appreciate the hard work you've gone to prepare this list, but no way am I going to do this, and they rejected it. And that's primarily because they were insider politicians. They knew how the Congress operated, and President Carter was an outsider.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
When presidents come in and think that they're president, this is a serious mistake. They're only one element of government.
So along comes this former peanut farmer and governor named Jimmy Carter, who looks at the system and says, wait a minute.
Barely a month in office, Carter cut funds from 19 Western water projects under construction, saying they were bad for the environment and too expensive.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the President of the United States.
President Carter was there late at night in his office, and there were 12 advisors with him, and, all 12 of them said, don't do this. Well, and he voted yes, they all voted no, and he went ahead and did it.
No, President Carter came in with a chip on his shoulder and a hit list in his pocket that he was going to stop a lot of projects that were unnecessary.
It was the first time that any politician had taken a 2x4 and conked the donkey on top of the head.
You're dealing here with projects in the case of Central Arizona that go back 30 or 40 years, thousands of hours of hearings, debate. Why was it that the decision was to take the money out of the budget? Why couldn't we announce that a review process was underway?
It was like lightning. It struck the institution. There were immediately meetings held to challenge, how would the Westerners challenge the president?
I would hope that we don't get to that point where there is a showdown at noon out on the Western Range.
Either the president has been badly misinformed or his action demonstrates a callous disregard for the welfare of the people of the states affected.
Castigating the secretary about this list, and the president was sticking his nose in something that he didn't understand and didn't know and didn't appreciate.
And I'd also ask your assurance that environmental concerns will not be the only thing which will be cranked into your investigation.
I mean, clearly President Carter was right. These projects, when you looked at them, were completely unjustified. A complete waste of the taxpayers' money.
At one point, I said, Mr. Secretary, I'm not sure this list is all bad. I think there's some projects here that don't make sense. And it was like a ton of bricks fell on you.
Some of them are $168 million over authorized cost, $192 million over, $53 million, $11 million, $10 million. I think the review is justified.
People pulled you aside in the hallway and they said, you can't do this. We've got to stick together. We've got to hold together. This is an assault on all of us. If they get my water project, they're going to get your water project. If they get my water project, I'm going to help them get your water project.
These projects need to be looked at very closely. I personally don't believe that any of the projects ought to be built, but I'll keep an open mind.
And it was the bell that could not be unrung. And it sent out a message to other members of Congress who weren't from the West that here was something that was amiss. Here was a place, if you wanted to go at the waste of taxpayers' money, you could. If you wanted to build your environmental credentials, you could. The President Carter paid a great price for what he did, but he changed, again, the entire political history of how these dollars are spent.
Water projects are symbols. They're symbols of they're always something much larger than what they really are.
In the end, Carter could not stop most of the dams on the hit list, but nothing would ever be the same. He sent investigators to see what large-scale irrigation had achieved in the Westlands, largest water district in America.
The Reclamation Project Act, to begin with, visualized family farms of a subsistence nature. They didn't visualize farms that were going to make enough money to send the kids to college or even send them to a dentist. They visualized a farm that would support a family, grow their feed, and maybe a little surplus so they could buy a bag of salt now and then.
Those of us that had lived out here for many years had seen what happened to the homesteaders where they dried up and gone away. The 160 acres was too small to be a viable farm operation.
It was, who's going to get the benefits of this federal investment? Is it going to be rich guys? Is it going to be speculators? No, we don't want that to happen. We want it to be farmers, family farmers.
We end up in California where we're irrigating lands that even go back to the Spanish land grants, 50, 60,000 acres in a single holding. So it was far different from what was visualized by the 160-acre limit in the 1902 Act.
There was not a single 160-acre farm in the Westlands. Growers and the government had been arguing since the beginning over when this 1,000 square miles would be broken into small farms.
Now, in owning the 160 acres, it meant a wife could have 160, the husband could have 160, and if they had 20 kids, they could just, and if you had an Aunt Susie somewhere, and you had Uncle Ben over here, and their 4 kids, and you can see what began to happen.
And we found ways to comply that we could make the economics work. And if it meant, creating some subsidiary organizations, if it meant having your son have 160 acres and you have 160 acres, you did that because that's what it took to survive. There was no big, scheme to rip off the treasury. It was just a way to make things work.
Local Chamber of Commerce was together with the local Farm Bureau, that was together with the local Cattlemen's Association and the Cotton Growers Association, and we all arrived at agreement that you should spend the federal money to bring us the water. Turned out they were all the same people.
We took hundreds of millions of dollars, federal dollars, taxpayer dollars, and we bestowed it on a very small number of people. And we did so with a promise that they would break up their farms, that they would provide rural communities throughout the area.
And the large farmers and their lawyers had the ability to morph themselves into any size farm that you wanted to make eligible for the subsidy. You had the Central Valley farmers who were not only growing subsidized crops, but then they were receiving subsidized water to grow that subsidized crop, and the federal treasury was paying farmers in other parts of the country not to grow that crop. These people had hundreds of ways to skin the cat.
They had predicted that there would be perhaps a 30 or 40% increase in agricultural productivity, and in fact, over the first 10 years, it had increased by 300%.
Till we get that harvested. 7 days a week, 16 hours a day.
I worked from 6 to 6, and then when the barley came, 18 hours a day. We didn't know what a day off was.
The first time that I went down to Westlands, Huron was the largest community. It had lost its doctor. It didn't have a high school. It didn't have a newspaper. There was one grocery store. There were, I think, 4 bars. Of course, everyone was living in very dilapidated rental housing. The actual conditions that we discovered that people were living under there were as bad or worse than the worst conditions that I've encountered in Africa, south of the Sahara, or southern India, or any parts of Latin America.
The water out here, it's always been a mystery. And I say mystery because without the water, I mean, we would be in a desert sand right now. I mean, that's what made the big corporate farmers who they are today. But the fact that, there is water out here, that creates jobs, creates homes, creates wealth for the farmers, not for the people in Huron. We've been fighting poverty for years and years and years, and that's a demon that probably won't go away.
In 1979, Carter's investigators found that Huron, the largest town in the Westlands, had become one of the poorest towns in California.
The Spanish surname population, families were running 30% below the poverty level, which is particularly striking in the context of zero unemployment. We couldn't find any evidence for unemployment in the region, so that these were people working very hard for below poverty wages.
You can do a documentary and you can go out and you can say these people have a rough life, they have a low income, but you can also live with them and work with them and know that they're happy people. It's just like if you go to the third world, the poorest people in the world, if they are adjusted and have a way of life, that is a fine way of life for them. Mexican Americans have found great work and like in some cases very well paying, in other cases pretty marginal, but there's a way of life for them too. Driving a tractor is driving a tractor and it's outside. It's a better job than a lot of us have.
Small farms and towns vanished as production skyrocketed. For 2 weeks each spring and fall, all the lettuce in America comes from the Westlands. And every year, enough cotton for 1 billion T-shirts. By 1979, no place on earth had been so changed by the manipulation of water. Except in a few game reserves, nearly all the valley's native fish and animals were gone. Much of the Sacramento River now irrigated crops, and the San Joaquin River sometimes flowed backwards. The valley's winter-run Chinook salmon were nearly extinct.
The crux of the matter really is it salmon or people? Now, I'm sure people can survive without salmon. But I don't think people can survive without beans and potatoes and lettuce.
There was a run of 1 million to 2 million salmon coming up the Sacramento River every year. There were 21 canneries in the Central Valley.
There isn't any way to control a river without having some trade-offs. And the salmon, unfortunately, was one of the trade-offs on the Sacramento River and on the Columbia River.
Was it worth it?
I think it's worth it, yes. I think that there's substitutes for eating salmon. You can eat cake.
In 1980, the Carter administration was reviewing growers' water contracts. They were paying about a quarter of what it cost to bring the water across California. President Carter, running for re-election, could have sent a strong message by questioning the price of water, enforcing the 160-acre limit, and demanding environmental changes in Western water policy. But suddenly, on the heels of a hostage crisis in Iran, Carter found himself in a race for his political life against Ronald Reagan. He turned to the San Joaquin Valley for campaign support.
Mrs. Carter's first stop in California was on friendly turf at the home of a longtime supporter in Fresno. It was the second...
Carter and Congress chose not to change Western water policy.
I mean, every time a presidential candidate, every time a gubernatorial candidate, every time a needs some money, you land down there on one of those private landings, they have lunch for you, you walk out of there $10,000 richer, $150,000 richer, and they buy another day. And that's what they're doing. They're just playing for time. These are not shy people. These people, you couldn't
Never mind.
But there was now public suspicion that something had gone terribly wrong amid the abundance. And an environmental time bomb was about to explode at the Kesterson Game Refuge.
The story from NBC's Don Oliver.
Employees of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have been doing this for months, trying to frighten off birds and waterfowl from the toxic ponds of the Kesterson Wildlife Refuge.
Officials it's kind of difficult for an individual who's been spending a lifetime trying to create habitat to be asked to try to move the wildlife away from this habitat that you've created. These traditions of the birds are very, very difficult to break. In fact, they're almost impossible, especially once they've begun to nest. It was a war zone out here.
The valley's web of life had been thrown into chaos.
Many eggs are still found to contain deformed chicks. The Fish and Wildlife people refer to these mosquito fish as little selenium tablets. The Bureau of Reclamation...
The poisons from intensive farming and irrigation were deforming whatever tiny little museum pieces of nature were left.
Runoff from Westland's farms contained selenium. For years, drainage had concentrated the selenium in the Kesterson ponds, while the Bureau of Reclamation waited for a permit to dump it into the San Francisco Bay and Delta.
We went ahead with the Westlands project before we solved the drainage problem. We thought we knew how to solve the drainage problem. We thought the Kesterson Reservoir could be flushed on out into the Delta. We didn't have it solidified. So I made a terrible mistake by going ahead with Westlands at the time we did.
David Burrington reports tonight that the problem begins on the farms and it winds up in the refuge.
Many young birds have been killed and deformed by high concentrations of selenium, a trace element found in the region's soil. Last month,
it was really an eye-opener when we started to take a look at some of the embryos, the very distorted features, bills that were twisted, missing eyeballs, bulges on the brain, deformed feet. They remind me of the thalidomide babies that were over in Europe.
And these mud hens were up at this Kesterson place, and they were getting too much selenium, and too much selenium is widely known does cause birth defects and anything, so they're getting deformed mud hens and things, which was unfortunate, but wasn't the end of the world.
When it exploded in our face with bird deformities, gave all of our attackers the proof they need that agriculture really is bad. It does destroy the environment because we had some deformed birds out there. Kesterson was the proof, and we were the bad guys, and it was really a turning point. And we would sit and struggle with a photograph of a bird, headline on every newspaper and TV news every night, about this crisis at the end of irrigated agriculture, and 1 million acres are going to go out of production. We could not make a connection between how do we solve this problem and how do we deal with this public crisis over here that was created.
But for those mud hens and but for those ducks at Kesterson Reservoir, that plan eventually would have continued to creep on. But those mud hens, they really turned the political history of the Central Valley Project.
It was all adding up. Public anger at the Kesterson fiasco, congressional investigations into water subsidies, farm labor, and salmon. And now, the last straw, 6 years of drought. Dust storms raked the valley, and trucks bound for market slammed into the biggest wreck in American history on Interstate 5 in the Westlands.
And the drought contributed to the wrecks. Growers, short on water, let their fields go barren, and the dust piled up, waiting for strong winds to blow across the highway.
And the drought kind of moves us ahead about 20 years in time, and all of a sudden, there's not enough water to go around. We have major shortages.
Water was a lot like energy, that it was price responsive. And that we really had to do was attack the subsidy.
And we became a nice target. There was a subsidy issue fashioned in there. There was all kinds of sexy political things, ways to beat us up. Big, slow-moving target.
The areas of the country which have huge population growth on limited water resources are going to have to change the structure of their water usage. They're going to have to become more conservation-oriented.
George Bush on the road, on a roll. He told the Valley farmers...
The political winds were about to shift. away from agriculture toward the environment. George Bush had won the valley in 1988.
I don't believe we need the federal government getting into the water rights business.
In 92, Bush was losing to Bill Clinton. Just before the election, he signed a popular reform law in hopes of gaining electoral votes. It raised the price of water and for the first time in 50 years, returned water back into the salmon streams.
You were going to have to now pay for that water. And if you had to now pay for that water, you'd have to take into consideration other concerns in terms of how you use that water, how efficient you are, the kinds of crops that you have to grow.
When the law was changed, when the project was redirected, it was a huge train wreck. And because we've been chugging along, doing great, 50 years of reliability, project working good, all this very stable. You know, farmers were not worried about water. Water was not an issue in California until the drought because it was reliable. And now we've got new contracts and our water costs have gone from $3.50, which is a great deal for 40 years, to $35 to $45 an acre foot overnight. Huge swings in costs.
Well, water has gotten more expensive, but really with a shortage of water and all, we're paying more now than we ever have. So as much as we're paying, we need to make sure we don't use any more than absolutely necessary. I don't think we ever really wasted water out here because it was always expensive, but we're, I think this has got to be one of the most efficient uses of water there is.
But it belongs to us, don't it? The big canal, the taxpayers? Did I say something wrong?
In the years since the reform law, there has been a fragile peace. But the Great Central Valley will never be the same. Nearly all the corporate farms have gone, along with some smaller farms. Native birds and Chinook salmon have begun a very slow comeback. The large growers who remain are among the most productive and water efficient in the country, producing more with less water. No one will ever know whether thousands of small farmers could have done the same. Water is the essence of our existence. Without it, there can be no life. Civilizations began next to water. But as populations grow, especially in arid regions, there is not enough to go around.
In the past, decisions about water have been guided by a very simple formula, which said estimate human demands for water and build a new water project to meet it. And that equation was simple and it worked as long as water was abundant. But it's not working anymore because water is becoming scarce.
Concrete dams have dominated our management of water in the past 50 years. Dams tested and built to master the power of nature. The story of water has been the story of controlling it. 38,000 large dams have been built in all. Dams to store water and control floods. Dams for irrigation and hydroelectricity. Dams that have inundated canyons and drained wetlands. Now, The dam building era in the United States is coming to a close. The best sites are taken. The economic and environmental costs are too high, and Americans are beginning to turn to conservation. But developing countries seeking to provide water and power for growing populations still covet these engineering marvels. They've sent their best and brightest to be trained by the Bureau of Reclamation, builders of the super dams of the American West.
Right after Hoover Dam was completed, the world recognized that a great achievement had occurred, and the Bureau of Reclamation was besieged. And we ended up as the training center for young engineers sent here from Thailand, from Turkey, Ethiopia, all around the world, actually. India was an example of everywhere I went in India, they thought I was the second coming of the Buddha.
More than any other nation, India has staked its future on large dams. In 1963, Prime Minister Nehru predicted that dams would become the temples of modern India.
You have done me in inviting me today.
2,200 dams have created electricity and supplied irrigation to feed the hungry subcontinent. But the dams have taken a heavy human toll. Some 20 million people have lost their homes. In recent years, a controversy has erupted over the damming of the Narmada River.
तो हमें बाहर ना निकल सकता तो पुलिस आ गई એટલે हमने बूम पाड़ के पानी आ गई उन्हें नकलो नकलो तो हमें बाहर न तो निकलता ये लोग को आविन પછી हमने जबरदस्ती बाहर निकाला तो पैसे में निकल
જતુર્યું નજરની માં બધું જતુર્યું મારી મિલકત મારું ઘર બાર મારા છોકરાના લઈને નાઠો
To fight the damming of the Narmada, protesters have gone on mass hunger strikes. Led by Meda Patkar, members of the movement even threatened to drown themselves in the rising floodwaters. Construction has stopped while the government reviews the project. So far, 60 villages have been inundated. It is unclear how India will proceed. A hemisphere away on the border between Argentina and Paraguay, construction continues on the massive Yacyretá Dam. Biologists worry that the reservoir created by the dam will cause an outbreak of schistosomiasis, what some call the disease of hydroelectric dams in the tropics. Snails like these breed in the stagnant reservoirs, releasing a parasitic worm that penetrates human skin, damaging the liver and spleen. People are not the only ones at risk. As this region is flooded, 70 kinds of mammals and 300 bird species will lose their home in a region where rainforest habitat is rapidly disappearing. Efforts to rescue some of the larger animals rarely succeed. Many will die from the stresses of capture.
Where the dam building era is really going gangbusters now is in countries like Indonesia, China, Malaysia, Brazil, other South American countries, Chile. Some of the most beautiful rivers on the planet are now being turned into reservoirs. And some of the biggest dams ever built, bigger than anything that we've built, are being built in countries like Brazil and China.
In China, work goes on to build Three Gorges Dam, the world's largest hydroelectric project. Eventually rising 600 feet high and over a mile wide, the dam will create an enormous lake that will stretch nearly 400 miles upstream. China's leaders say Three Gorges will fuel its industrial revolution and save millions of people from frequent floods along the Yangtze River.
When it's finished, it's going to be the largest dam in the world. It will supply 1/10 of the electricity for China.
Critics of Three Gorges say the project will create a $30 billion bog because silt will build up behind the dam. The project will flood the nation's most beautiful region, as famous in China as the Grand Canyon is in the U.S. Over 1 million people in riverside villages will be displaced. Even the World Bank, long a supporter of large dams, has withdrawn from Three Gorges. But China says it will go ahead and find its own financing. In late 1993, Dan Beard, then chief of the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, withdrew his agency's technical support for Three Gorges.
There's no better example of a project we shouldn't be involved in than Three Gorges Dam. We've moved away from water project construction in the United States, and I felt it was hypocritical for us to continue to be involved in the largest dam construction project in the world. There are better, easier, and cheaper ways to solve the problems of flood control and power production than Three Gorges Dam.
Moving from large construction projects to a culture of conservation requires a major change in the way people think about water. Such a transition can take decades. And many developing countries face staggering problems of both water quality and water supply. Mexico City, struggling now to provide water for 20 million people. It's predicted to grow by another 10 million in the next decade. Just where the water will come from remains an open question. Originally built on a system of 5 lakes, Mexico City began its history rich in water. The Aztecs once farmed floating fields along these canals. This is all that remains of those lakes. Today, 3/4 of Mexico City's population enjoys modern plumbing and plenty of water for drinking, showers, and sanitation. But in these sprawling shanty towns, migrants from rural areas lack water for even the most basic human needs.
Mexico City faces one of the most difficult challenges of any urban area in the world with regard to water. 18 to 20 million people living in a very, very densely populated area. The next best new source of water is 1,000 meters below the city. They're very dependent on groundwater and already overpumping that groundwater on the order of 50 to 80%.
The city's ancient Metropolitan Cathedral is sinking because of the overpumping. Built after the Spanish conquest in the 16th century, the structure sags dramatically on one side. Wires, joists, metal clamps all support the weakened structure. Some sections of the city are sinking 12 inches a year. quarter of Mexico City's water must be pumped in from 100 miles away. With antiquated pipes damaged by subsidence and earthquakes, the city loses almost a third of its water to leaks. This is a common problem around the world for cities with aging pipes. Mexico City still celebrates its long love affair with water. But there's a terrible irony in the way rich and poor people get their water. For the well-to-do, piped-in water is cheap and plentiful. For the poor, water is very expensive and hard to come by.
Mexico City has a growing population. A lot of people are coming in from outside to the city, and for the city it's very difficult to provide them with services. In the areas where people don't get much of the water supply, which is the poorer part of the population, they get the water through water trucks that come in bucket by bucket, which is very expensive. Sometimes they have to pay one of the quarter amount of what they earn a day for this water.
In this new district, residents were promised piped-in water by local politicians. But so far, they have received no services. Like many of her neighbors, Guadalupe Sanchez Lopez is forced to store her family's water supply in rain barrels. She lives with her children in a two-room house with no running water. Unconnected to any sewer, the toilet represents a hope for the future. It sits over a hole in the ground. For 2 barrels of water from a local company, Sanchez pays 5 pesos, a quarter of her family's income of $4 a day.
¿Cuánto le dejo? 5 pesos. Pues problemas tenemos con el agua de que no tenemos a veces. Y cuando tenemos necesitamos dinero para comprar un tambo de agua o 2. No tenemos a veces. Y cuando se dañan del estómago, les agarra diarrea. Sí, la ficha número 2.
Pero ahorita.
Pásate.
El problema principal en la falta de agua y en la adecuada distribución del agua principalmente es problemas gastrointestinales y básicamente problemas de salud en general.
Young children are at the greatest risk. Child mortality here is 10 times higher than in wealthy sections of the city. And just down the street, sewage and industrial wastes run raw in one of Mexico City's main canals, a common problem in many parts of the developing world. Following a recent outbreak of cholera that claimed lives all over Latin America, Mexico City launched a campaign urging people to boil their drinking water and to wash their hands after going to the bathroom. 80% of illnesses in developing countries can be traced to unsafe water and poor sanitation.
Over 1 billion people in the world don't have access even to basic drinking water and sanitation requirements. Many of these countries are growing in population very, very fast. Many African countries, Middle Eastern countries, their population will double within a generation. So supplying water to meet the drinking water needs, the food needs, the industrial needs of a population growing that fast is extremely difficult. And many of these countries are already water short.
The nations of the Middle East are already hitting the limits of their renewable water supplies. With populations predicted to double in 30 years, the Israelis, Jordanians, and Palestinians will have only enough water for urban and industrial use. with little fresh water to grow food. These peoples realize that if they don't cooperate to share their limited water resources, it may mean war. Israel has had long-running disputes with Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon over water rights. Hostilities between the Israelis and the Palestinians over land have run high for decades. But less well known is the fact that Israel draws 1/4 of its water from the occupied territories. Resolving water disputes will require not only diplomacy, but new technologies that can make the most of the region's limited supply. Israel is building hundreds of apartment blocks to accommodate a large influx of immigrants from the former Soviet Union. 700,000 people in 3 years. To meet its growing needs, Israel is depending more and more on recycled water.
We recycle and reuse our dirty shirts. We launder them. You have to learn how to launder water.
As more fresh water is diverted to cities, recycled water is the only source that actually grows with population. It's the shadow of the supply. Israel now recycles 2/3 of its water. This facility handles the wastewater of 7 cities. Reclaimed water gets used in cooling and sanitation systems. Though not intended for human consumption, the final product does meet drinking water standards. Recycled water is also piped south to irrigate crops.
Now, at first, the farmers are usually pretty conservative. But as time went on, and particularly during the drought in 1991, wastewater became a very sought-after resort. Why? Because when the sweet water sources were in short supply, the wastewater was there, and the farmers were clamoring to connect up to the wastewater reuse project.
In the blistering heat of the Negev, Israeli farmers have created an agricultural miracle. Pioneering the use of drip irrigation, they have doubled their harvests with the same amount of water. Perforated tubes deliver water directly to the roots of the plants, avoiding evaporation losses. Moisture sensors tell farmers precisely when their crops need water. Drip technology can save 1/3 of the water used in spray methods. However, with any form of irrigation, a problem may develop.
History tells us that irrigation has periods like in the life of a married couple. There is the honeymoon between the irrigator and the land, and this happens in the beginning like most honeymoons, and after some decades there is a increasing deterioration of the land as a result of irrigation.
Salt brought in by irrigation water concentrates in the soil, damaging its fertility.
Historical example is the Fertile Crescent, Iraq of these days, where thousands of years ago irrigation was used, but the land deteriorated and some of it has still not recovered from this bad experience with human irrigation. Similar processes are now starting to be seen in every irrigated region all over the world, from California through the Mediterranean region to Australia, China, India, and South America.
Once salts build up, they must be flushed out with even more water. So over the course of generations, there are limits to how much water can be conserved. The power to remove salt from ocean water has long been a dream, promising almost limitless water for human needs. Desalinated water is already serving some urban populations, those that can afford its high price. But it's unlikely in the foreseeable future to be cheap enough for use in agriculture.
The problem with desalination is that it's very energy intensive. It takes a lot of energy to remove salt from water. So at the moment, most of the desalination that's happening in the world is in the Persian Gulf. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, they account for about half of all the desalination that's happening, even though they have only a tiny share of the world's population. They're essentially turning oil into water, and they're among the few countries that can afford to do that.
Disputes over water in the Mideast go back a long way. According to the Bible, the wells in the land of the Philistines were called hatred and contention. In Gaza and on the west bank of the Jordan River, Israel provides piped-in water to Israeli settlers, while Palestinian citizens have received a more limited supply.
When it comes to military occupation and fairness, they don't go together. If the current situation continues, I see the Palestinians heading for a water catastrophe. Already we see signs of it in Gaza, where kidney failures as a result of drinking brackish water and unsafe and polluted water. This cannot continue. This is a recipe for disaster.
In most Palestinian homes, rainwater is collected and stored in cisterns below ground. Each cistern costs $10,000, an expensive investment for families who only earn half that in a year.
A settler in the West Bank consumes 7 times more water than a Palestinian in the West Bank. And in Gaza, they consume 14 times more. This is a source of injustice, which is causing many Palestinians to ask, why? We need to have water. Our children drink water exactly like Israeli children.
Of all of the peoples in the Middle East, the Palestinians are those most short of water. And I, as an Israeli, would like to say that without getting into the amounts of water that are under discussion, it should be in Israel's interest to see to it that the Palestinians get a fair deal and get enough water so they feel comfortable for the future. It's in Israel's interest to live in peace with its neighbors.
I think the potential for conflict is going to persist until we see water sharing agreements that divide the water equitably in each of the major river basins in the Middle East and elsewhere. We're beginning to see countries realize that they have benefits to gain from cooperating, and if they continue to see that, we could see water and water scarcity become a motivation for peace rather than war.
Half a world away, the tug of war over water goes on in the arid American West. There's a lust for water here that borders on obsession. When people get free time, they head for the nearest water they can find. Rivers, pools, artificial lakes. There are no natural lakes here. Water from the Colorado River has transformed a desert into the fastest growing region of the country. 10 major dams stop up the river, and canals siphon off water for irrigation and growing cities. Most of these water projects were constructed before the 1960s and 70s, when things began to change.
These projects before were built with almost no environmental consideration at all. And then finally the Endangered Species Act, the National Environmental Policy Act came along, and those allowed the public into the process. And then the costs began to get outlandish. The best sites had been taken. And so the newer dams were much more expensive for the equivalent amount of water that you might get out of them. And essentially, as the country amassed a greater and greater federal deficit, people began to say, wait a minute, why are we building billion-dollar dams when all you have to do is conserve some water and you can get just as much with conservation as you would with supply?
The city of Denver was forced to put these new realities to the test. In 1982, the Water Board filed application to build Two Forks Dam to enable the city to store additional water diverted from the Colorado River. In the midst of a growth boom, Denver saw Two Forks as a way to secure the region's future. What city officials didn't anticipate was an overwhelming protest from environmental groups, fishermen, biologists, and ordinary citizens.
It really was the last dance of the dinosaurs. It was developed in an era when we thought about water only as its value in being taken from the stream to supply cities and to supply agriculture. We're now in the mode where we think about water in its natural course as valuable in its own right.
Two Forks Dam was to be located 25 miles from Denver on the South Platte River. It would flood a 28-mile stretch of land, including Cheeseman Canyon and a prime trout fishery.
You can't understand what a dam does and what a reservoir is unless you've been there before the construction. And if you go out to Two Forks, what you find is the narrowing of a great canyon, a very efficient place to put in a 60-story high cement plug. But it is a place you don't want to lose. And people went there and they spoke out in different ways and said, we don't want to lose that place.
There was more than Cheeseman Canyon at stake. The Platte River flows north into Nebraska. Biologists worried that Two Forks Dam would pirate the Platte River's flow, strangling wetland habitat for migratory birds.
All around us right now, we're hearing the sound of the sandhill cranes that visit the Platte every spring as part of the greatest migration of cranes that occurs on the face of the earth. They gather on this river in numbers that are truly astounding. 500,000 sandhill cranes gather here each spring. And here in central Nebraska, they have the perfect combination of flowing water, a shallow river, fields of food for them to eat. And in this gathering, we have one of the greatest spectacles in North America. And people come here from all over the country and all around the world to see this event because it's unmatched anywhere else. Dams have impact not just upstream in the area that gets flooded by a reservoir, but downstream throughout the entire system where the blockage of flow alters the way the river flows downstream and can alter the habitat significantly.
The Platte River used to be over a mile wide. Today, diversions for irrigation have reduced its flow by 70%, squeezing migratory birds into smaller and smaller areas of habitat.
Towns and communities along the Platte have finally come to the realization that the kinds of flows they need to sustain drinking water supplies and to just generally provide for a healthy human environment are very similar to the kinds of flows that we've been saying are needed to sustain an ecosystem. So in a very real sense, what happens to the cranes is an indication of what's happening to us and the human community here on the Platte.
Still, the question remained, how to provide for Denver's growth. As the debate over Two Forks raged on, Denver spent $45 million on land and environmental impact studies and nearly received a permit to build the dam. But at the 11th hour, the project was vetoed by the Environmental Protection Agency.
All in all, we were able to demonstrate that you could supply 20% more water than Two Forks for half the cost of Two Forks and for 1/10 or 1/20th the environmental damage. Whenever cities have expensive capital projects to look at, you can almost always demonstrate conservation makes more sense than building a new project.
We want water for our cities, and hydropower is important, but so are wild rivers. And we feel that as a people, and we feel what a river really can be, a place of magic and mystery and beauty. And we've made up our mind now that we are going to keep some rivers wild, both for what they can give to us as a people and also to the animals and the plants that depend upon them, and also, I think, out of some ultimate respect for the river itself.
Denver now had to look within to figure out how to meet its water needs without a new source of water. And what Denver found is that a gallon of water saved through conservation and efficiency is just as good as a gallon supplied from a new dam like Two Forks. In fact, it's better because it doesn't involve destroying a beautiful place like Cheeseman Canyon.
Denver has since been encouraging conservation citywide. It turned out that just installing water meters made homeowners more conscious of how much they use. The Water Board raised water rates and now gives cash payments to businesses that adopt efficiency measures.
We are beginning a pilot program that will pay a business 3 times what they would pay us for the water if they save that water permanently. Now, it's a one-time payment of up to $20,000, but if that business installs water-saving hardware that will save us a good deal of water in the long run, we will pay them for it.
City Ice was one of the first local companies to undergo a water audit.
The biggest item was to try to do something with processed water that was coming off our ice-making operation. We were able to end up with about a 1.5 million gallon reduction in our water usage on an annual basis.
Water from the ice-making process was reclaimed for use as a cooling agent in refrigeration. Many businesses could cut their water use in half by reclaiming water for rinse cycles and cooling systems. One of the best ways homeowners can conserve is to try a landscaping idea pioneered in Denver. It's called Xeriscape, and it involves selecting plants, trees, and ground cover native to the region or that require only small amounts of water, like buffalo grass. Overwatering a lawn is the single biggest household waste of water.
We've got to move toward pricing water at somewhere near its value. We currently give it away. In fact, sometimes we pay people to take it. Well, it's ludicrous that the most fundamental resource that we have, the one that is fundamental to life, is a resource in which we're giving it away. We waste water in ways that you can't imagine.
Does this completely modernize dishwashing?
Every housewife in the land will answer, yes.
The American dream of the 1950s was to have all the modern conveniences.
And just think of the thousands of hours that your hands don't have to soak in dishwater.
Washers, disposals, and dishwashers, all running on unlimited supplies of water.
In fact, the more dishes you have, the more time you save.
Today, the average American family of 4 uses 300 gallons of water a day. Enough to fill this bathtub 20 times. In Tucson, Arizona, at the Casa del Agua, or House of Water, a conventional home has been retrofitted with water-saving devices to see just how much an average family could save. Glenn and Catherine France have lived here for 10 years, raising their family and monitoring every drop of water.
Here at the Casa del Agua house, we use about half of what a typical home uses. That water is the potable water that I'm talking about. We also use water that is harvested from the roof, which is rainwater, and we use gray water, which is the water from the kitchen sinks, the bathtub, the shower, and the washing machine.
Fixtures have been equipped with low-flow shower heads and faucets. Recycled gray water and rainwater collected from the roof irrigate the family's xeriscape garden. Studies show that the best way to save water indoors is to replace the old 6-gallon per flush toilet with a new 1.6-gallon model, saving 21 gallons per person per day.
Low water use toilets have been used here 10 years ago. And as a result of the research that we did here on those toilets, local plumbing codes have been adopted, and now the national standard has been adopted for the use of the 1.6 gallon per flush toilets.
Casa del Agua is just one example of innovative programs around the world that are proving conservation can make a big difference. But households use only 10% of water worldwide, and industries claim only 25%. Agriculture uses the greatest share, 65% worldwide, and even more here in the Southwest.
A desert wasteland from which the bustling metropolis of Los Angeles was built. How, you ask? From water, imported water. So engineers have designed an ingenious way to import water from the mighty Colorado River to quench the thirst of this area's growing population. So now Southern California can rest assured that it will remain the golden land of opportunity and oranges.
Today, California uses more than its legal share of the Colorado. Someday it may have to give up that water. So more and more, California is looking toward conservation.
Historically, we've viewed water conservation as something that we do in the middle of a drought. And once the drought is over, we forget about it. It can't be that way anymore. Water conservation can make a tremendous difference. The water system, if you will, is probably the most inefficient system we have for any resource.
In California's Imperial Valley, irrigation water from the Colorado River is brought in by canals managed by the Bureau of Reclamation and paid for by U.S. taxpayers. Farming here is a billion-dollar business, and farmers get their water practically free. All they pay is the cost of delivery. Dating back to the 19th century, water rights in this valley are tied to the land. Since water is so cheap, there has been little incentive to invest in conservation.
The Imperial Irrigation District slurps up about a quarter of the Colorado River, maybe 20% of it, to irrigate 400,000 acres of land. Very permeable land in a scorching climate, so very high water demand. Now, a lot of people have complained about that for a long time as perhaps the ultimate example of inefficiency. The IID now is beginning to think about selling some of its water to Los Angeles. And I personally think that's a good idea. Los Angeles is really paying for the efficiency improvements and then paying for the water as well.
Like this pump-back system that recaptures surface runoff, paid for by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. MWD gets to keep the water saved, and the farmer gets to keep the system. In new water marketing deals, farmers are beginning to sell their water to cities like San Diego. It's a good way for thirsty cities to find new supplies. But it can create windfall profits for landowners selling water that's been subsidized at taxpayer expense. The billionaire Bass Brothers of Texas recently bought 30,000 acres here and hope to market some of the water that goes with their land.
We've got to stop giving away water as if it was a free good. You have farmers wasting water, and you have millions of people who need additional water supplies. Well, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that it's going to be in a very short period of time. Someday we're going to have a vote about this.
Agriculture accounts for the lion's share of the world's water, and a very large share, on the order of 80 to 85%, in most of the western U.S. So this is really the biggest pool of water that we have. Saving even a tiny share of water in agriculture can free up a lot of water to meet new urban needs.
Cities like Los Angeles are looking for ways to reduce the water they use and to reclaim and reuse water before they dispose of it. The Metropolitan Water District works with local groups like Mothers of East Los Angeles to encourage residents to install low-flow toilets. Started by Juana Gutierrez, the organization is now run by her daughter, Elsa Lopez.
We have given approximately about 85,000 toilets, and that will be a savings of 7.6 billion gallons of water a year.
People bring in their old water-guzzling toilets and exchange them for the new low-flow models. Residents benefit by saving on their water bills. And the Mothers of East LA get $25 for each old-fashioned toilet they collect for the city. The crushed toilets become roadbeds for freeways. The new toilets save the city 8 million gallons a day.
We're really excited about having the water conservation program and the results that have come from it, saving all those gallons of water and saving the community money and bringing in jobs for them.
Let's stop us right over here.
Each year, Lopez takes teenagers from East LA 300 miles north to Mono Lake so they can see where some of their water comes from. It's an unusual mountain lake rimmed with strange natural structures made of lime. They're called tufa towers.
How old is the tufa? Yeah. This tufa in this grove is probably, some of it's as old as 1,000 years. But a lot of it's really young, 75 to 200 years. And yet it's above ground, and tufa only forms underwater. So you know that the lake has dropped pretty quickly.
Mono Lake was recently the center of heated environmental controversy. The lake's level had drained down because water from its feeder streams was being diverted to Los Angeles. But a state water board decision in 1994 stopped the diversions, and now its waters are slowly rising.
Pour off a little of the excess water.
Mono Lake is a place that captures people's hearts and minds. I think what we all realize is that there are Mono Lakes at the ends of all of our taps, or these special places that are the source of our water supplies.
In the future, conservation and recycling will become even more important to Los Angeles. The loss of water from Mono Lake has increased the need to conserve. The city also knows that it will eventually have to give up some of the Colorado River water on which it depends, water that belongs to states upstream. And by treaty, a portion of the Colorado's water belongs to Mexico.
There's a very fundamental problem with the Colorado River. There was a very rainy year, and then all the politicians sat down to divide up the amount of water, and they made a very large mistake. They divided up more water than they've ever had since. It hasn't rained as much and haven't had as much water since the time that they divided it up. So what you have is you've over-allocated that river. You've given away more water than you really had.
The 7 states and 2 nations that share the Colorado have been described as thirsty dogs fighting over a damp sponge. This is one of the few wetlands remaining in the Colorado Delta, just south of the border. It gives a small idea of what the Delta used to be like before dams upstream diverted the river's waters.
In 1922, the great American conservationist Aldo Leopold paid a visit to the Colorado Delta and wrote about it in a marvelous essay in the Sand County Almanac, his masterwork. What he found there was a paradise for wildlife. There were jaguars, cougars, bobcats, teemed with waterfowl. It so ironic that in that year the Colorado River Compact was signed, and that began shutting off the flow of water to the delta. So the delta is now starved, and it's essentially a dead zone. Everything that Leopold saw there is gone.
Leopold described the Colorado Delta as a milk and honey wilderness full of 100 green lagoons. The region provided habitat for species that live mostly in zoos today. Endangered creatures like the jaguarundi, lynx, and Mexican wolf. Today, the Colorado Delta has been transformed into miles of dried-out salt flats. Except in the wettest years, the river no longer makes it to the Gulf of California, its historic destination.
Virtually nothing is reaching the delta in an average year, and so the ecosystem has been completely changed, and the native communities that have relied on this ecosystem and this water for thousands of years are now suffering and very much in decline themselves.
Fisheries in this region are in severe trouble, in part because of overfishing, but also because diversions of water upstream have damaged the delta spawning grounds. The Cocopah Indians who live in the delta once had a thriving culture of fishing and riverbank farming. Their way of life is now in jeopardy. Weeds choke the river behind their village. It's barely a foot deep.
Pues, ¿qué le diré? Porque ya no hay río, pues está muy seco. Pues no hay agua, no hay pescado, no hay nada. Pues yo pesqué muy a gusto en la salada, como 14 años.
No, pues el agua del río, pues es de mucha importancia porque pues es donde vivimos nosotros, toda la comunidad aquí, en la pesca y en, pues todo, ¿no? Porque pues sin el agua, pues, ya ve ahorita cómo estamos aquí, fracasados por la cuestión, pues por falta del agua.
Today, for their household needs, the Cocopah rely upon water brought in by the barrel. They say bathing is basically a teacup affair. As for fishing, the Cocopah must now haul their boats 40 miles to get to the saltwater channel of the Gulf of California. By the time they've bought fuel for both the trucks and the boats, it becomes a costly trip. Fishing is a community activity for the Cocopah, but it's mainly the young men who go out in the boats. These waters were once rich fishing grounds, and fishermen's gill nets were filled with corvina and totuaba. But on this day, they catch nothing. Finally, after many hours of effort, they give up and head for home. It is a very long trip indeed. The community's young people still hold fast to the tribe's identity as river people. They've chosen the name pescadores, or fishermen, for their soccer team. But as their parents know, their future is clouded by the problems with the Colorado River.
No hay agua, no hay nada. Y si no vamos para abajo, pues
y ahorita no agarramos nada. Esperamos de que suba, a ver cuándo sube el río Colorado otra vez para poder trabajar a gusto por ahí.
Perhaps, if the true potential of conservation could be realized and the benefits distributed fairly, there would someday be enough water for everyone.
To restore the Colorado River Delta will take a lot, and it's probably impossible to go back to what it used to be last century. But it's also a lot of things that can be done with just allowing some water to come in at particular times of the year. And I think a good important lesson is when we look at other deltas, we should now carefully look at the environmental impacts that damming and irrigation projects will have. We should not repeat what we did with the Colorado River, because those things do not reverse.
In the end, we may need a new water ethic, an ethic that says it's important now to begin sharing water with each other as well as with nature. There's an old proverb that goes something like, the frog does not drink up the pond in which it lives. And I think it's a very simple wisdom, but it really captures the challenge, I think, that we're facing, which is how we're going to meet our growing human needs for water and still live in balance with the ecosystems that support all life.